Hey everybody. Hey Kevin. So after a ton of work, we can finally play the game, looking for bugs and balance issues. We'll probably spend some time addressing some of these issues in addition to testing the game. All right, I have some work to do. I have a tiny update here. This to-do list got about 20%, 24% smaller yesterday. I removed a bunch of stuff. I looked through basically every single item. I tried to handle some things. I tried to move other things elsewhere. This, I think we're going to go merge. I don't think there's anything probably difficult about this PR to look at, but we'll see. All right, implements a system, allows players to drag dialogues. Okay, so I saw this. Okay, cool. Let's check this out. 856. Hey, David. David, did you change names? Weren't you David and then 3 letters and then something else? Yeah, okay. Well, good to see I can recognize you by just hey guys and the time that you show up to the stream. I mean, obviously the name David is a giveaway. Hey, Zapwoid. All right, so we have a little drag handle now. Actually, you know what? I want to try the feature first. GHPR checkout. Yeah, so we are going to be switching into balance mode here pretty soon. For those who haven't seen this kind of content before, it's kind of the worst. There's really no two ways about it. Like, I can't just play the game and have fun because I need to look at all the issues that we encounter. And I also can't just fix the issues that we encounter because I need to consider all the changes at once. And the changes aren't very easy to make, and they're very subjective, and there are lots of different ways to approach this. So just keep that in mind as you're watching this. Okay, so we should now be able to move these. I don't know. I think people might want a tooltip for this to know that you can move this because it looks like a button. That's my immediate thought. You may want a tooltip that shows on the drag handles saying you can drag the dialogue by that point. So like real playtesters in a company, no fun looking for bugs. Yeah, I suppose so. Except for those playtesters usually aren't streaming their work on the internet. All right, so I had some things I had written down to myself here to test out. So what if we save a position near the edge of the screen and we try a tall dialogue? Or what happens if we move this here and then we resize? It looks like that is working just fine. So that's good to know. Try dragging upward too, I guess. Yeah, so that's good. It does look like it's changing an anchor point because as I move the window, if I increase the height of this, right now it looks like it's anchored to the bottom, but it's actually not. And its Y coordinate is moving. Because when the window ends here, you would, I don't know what you'd expect to have happen. And I don't think this is a problem necessarily. So yeah, I think that's fine. I wonder if we should make it so that the dialogue has just a horizontal line here, and it might make it look like you can drag the whole thing. Well, then it looks a little bit less like paper. Anyway, okay, so dialogue contents changing. Let's try that. So we click here. Yeah, it looks like we're fine there. Okay. Use the higher dialogue to test the other cases. Yeah, yeah. I think it's working fine. Yeah, although then it does bump this upward, which is another thing that's kind of, I don't think people are going to put it at the bottom, and if they do, it'll get bumped upward, and I don't think they'll mind. And also, we can just see what the feedback is for this sort of thing. If you drag from anywhere rather than the corner. Yeah, I think you just naturally expect this top bar. In fact, I wonder if we shouldn't even advertise the feature. Alternatively, we just make the whole top bar allow you to drag this and don't advertise this feature at all and let players figure it out. Yeah, I do think this would feel more natural. Yeah. Okay, I think that's the only feedback on the feature itself. But the code we can go take a look at. All right, so dialog box changed a bit. It's now inside of a center container. Interesting. There's some other scene changes here. There's a control for anchoring, drag grabber, and a texture rectangle, which presumably has the new texture, and a drag controller that's added to the dialog box itself, which has the source and the target. Okay. I imagine, given that there's a node that you can refer to as the drag source, that we could make the whole title HBox container work for that. Jamumu, welcome back. Haven't seen you in a while. Thanks for the resub. How's everything going? Try the whole panel? Actually, yeah, that's true. We could just try the whole thing. I guess it doesn't just need to be the top. Yeah, maybe we allow you to move this anywhere. Could just make the whole panel be the drag source, I guess. Needs to be a container instead of a control, so we can report its size correctly. I see. In case you're not aware, and I think you might be, there is a way of putting in an editor description, so we can actually put comments on nodes directly on the nodes themselves and say, like, this is for, you know, positioning who or whatever. I think that's a good solution when we run in those scenarios. I don't think it probably matters too much for this, because it's UI stuff, and we tend to assume that if we made a decision with UI stuff, that probably made sense at the time. But still, it's good to explain. All right, drag controller is just a node that has a script on it. The UI is anchored slightly differently. Sure. We save the dialog drag position. So that means if we move this down here and then save and load, it should go back down there. Yeah, that's good. All right, what changed here? Right indented, and now we have a vector 2 converter. For local settings. Yeah. That's interesting. I think this is a local setting, and I guess you'd have this go across save files. If we ever have a and I don't know how common this will be, but if we ever have it be a common scenario where like two people are playing on the same computer, not together at the same time, of course, but like player A plays and has their save file and player B plays and has their save file, then this might need to get changed, but I don't see that as being a big deal. And even if it never got changed, it's probably not a big deal. I don't imagine that probably happens a lot. And I don't know if Steam has profiles for this sort of thing. I know there are accounts, but like Nintendo Switch, you have one physical system and then you have a bunch of profiles on it and they all have their own save data. I wonder if Steam does something like that. Dialogues may have different sizes when the player drags one to the preferred position. If later a larger dialogue comes up and may end up off screen, call this method in the dialogger when showing the data. I think it should say from the dialogger. Well, let's take a look. As family sharing. Isn't that across accounts though? What I'm talking about is like within an account. I have two screen. We have multiple clamp to screens. Okay. For this one. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna say from here. Very, very minor change. Last dialog position. Drag controller, drag ended. Drag ended plus equal. I assume people use multiple accounts and don't share one. Yeah, but family sharing has a lot of restrictions. I wonder if, anyway, I guess this doesn't matter. I think that probably if what I said is a scenario, that it's an incredibly fringe scenario that we just don't support. Hey, Dabu. All right, it's a new dialogue. How does this work? We call add child. Do we ever free these things? We do. So before we free these things, we need to remove this, I'm pretty sure. Do we ever have a minus equal on drag ended? think we need to do this. I always forget about this stuff. If the subscriber outlives the publisher, then you don't have to do anything. The dialogger does outlive this. I think we should be fine. I do wonder if we should remove this anyway. Dialogue can get freed from anywhere. I guess it's not an issue. Let's just print something out here. Actually, we don't even need to print something out. We can just put a breakpoint here. And in fact, we can revert this. There. Okay, so we pop open a dialog, we let go of the mouse and it breaks in. Then we close that dialog, pop open a new one, let go of the mouse and it breaks in. Yeah, I think we're fine. Okay, looks good. Looks good. Be visible and its size can be accounted for. That's fine, but I think that comment should be here. Yeah. This method is async so that dialogues can be visible. So that we wait for the dialogue to be visible so that its size is correct. All right, the drag controller is brand new. And that's it. So let's go look at the drag controller. Interest cursor. Sounds good. We keep track of his dragging, drag source. Sounds good. Drag target. Size change, update target position. Sounds fine. Remove handlers, based out dispose. Sounds good. It's dragging. If not equal is dragging. Update the mouse cursor. I'll drag ended. Hey Em, thanks for the raid. How's it going? You still working on Fortress Flipper audio stuff? Because last time I tuned in, you were in your sound studio. I don't know what that was, but you were on the floor rolling things on various tiles and materials. Hey, Manisha. Yeah, welcome everybody. I am just looking through some code right now, but most of what we do today is going to be around bug and balance testing for Skeleseller. Hey, Pandar. And hey, Steph. It's creating a skull sound. Yeah, the booth. What is the booth? is it like I'm picturing, because I couldn't really tell, I'm picturing like a blanket over a table or something. Anyway, so this is the game that we're working on here. By the way, I got to remember to do shout outs to channels. Em's an audio engineer, and she's been working on Fortress Flipper and has been making sounds herself, which is pretty cool. Kevin reported to me that you said you might want to learn some coding stuff at some point. Is this true? The Closet added MLV, resilient channels, more drywall. What is MLV? MLV. Mass loaded vinyl. Ooh, interesting. That's cool. Yeah. This is the game we're working on here, Skeleseller. You hire adventurers, send them into battle, and they collect loot for you, which you then sell in your town. And we've been making changes over the last 2 months, but we haven't been doing balance testing for anything because we couldn't test any of that without having kind of everything in place. So now we have, well, I guess I need to build the farm for this to work. If I build the farm here, Oh, I'm on the wrong branch. That's why this isn't showing up. Never mind. Okay, well, anyway, now you can level up your adventurers using the output you get from your farm. And we just haven't tested any of that stuff. Hey, Pies. Where's your shout out? Sorry, it would diminish the one that I just gave to M. Someday, Pies, when you raid me with, let's say, at least 19 people. Thanks, M. Yeah, so right now we're just reviewing some code. I think we'll then probably fix a bug, and then we'll get to the playtesting stuff. It'll be mostly that today. Yeah. So never say never. When you're a famous YouTuber and you just turn on your Twitch stream and you got 2,000 viewers, 2,000 is more than 19, so you just send it my way immediately. All right, we already have this clamp to screen, which is pretty nice. All right, use different cursors. Source mouse exited. Add handlers and remove handlers. What is this? Control has mouse filter set to ignore. Won't be able to properly function. Sounds good. This should probably be an exception. But yeah. Mr. Halsey, thank you too for the raid. It's Raid City in here. Welcome in, everybody. Must be almost 9 o'clock. Yeah, it's almost 9 o'clock. How's it going for your stream? And welcome in all. Raiding and run, off to feed chickens. All right, take care. I hope you appreciate your free eggs. Let's also give Mr. Halsey a shout out. I want to get better about this. Mr. Halsey is a very relaxing presence on stream and has been working on SQL replication stuff for a while. And for those new here, we're working on Skeleseller still. We're going to be doing some playtesting today, which is, to be honest, not the greatest content, but it's necessary for a game. So as an example here, we have health, power, and fortitude. These are all numbers. I mean, anyone who's played a game before knows that if these things were multiplied by 10, the game might not be fun. If they're divided by 10, the game's probably way too hard. So you go too far in any direction, and it's going to be an unfun mess. So we got to figure out what are the numbers for basically everything in the game. And that includes even what you purchase. So like this costs 10 gold. That's the very first thing you build in the game. So this is probably fine. I don't think that's going to need balance changes. But what about all of these things? These all cost different amounts of gold. And we've added in a whole bunch of other new stuff here that cost different amounts of gold. And I don't know when exactly I want you to unlock these things and how much they should cost. And I don't know how much of an impact they'll have. So for example, when you unlock this, it clears out some of the rocks from the farm. And now you have more farming space. When your farm is the maximum size, does this feel like your production is faster? Does it just feel like a tax that you're paying because level ups take more food? So anyway, I don't know. We got to figure all that stuff out. We watch anyway. Yep, that's true. But I'm saying even for my already bad content, this is possibly worse than that content. So I think the only thing that I have, which I probably just deleted, is that I think we should allow for dragging by any part of this. But in general, the code looks good. So note to Kevin, I think we should get rid of the, what is it called? I think we should get rid of drag.svg. And just let the user drag by the entire panel. Note to self, I've reviewed all of the code already and it looks good. Oh wait, I did not check in my tiny changes here. This is just changing comment stuff, right? Yeah. Update comments and sync and turn off the sound of the game. Although when we do play test it, which is going to be pretty soon, we're going to probably have the music playing. All right, comment. Okay, so that's done. This issue is something that I'll just bump down to here. Okay, let's get started with balance. Before we start playing the game, though, I want to figure out what's the order that I want you to unlock item stacking in. How often do you play test? I do it before any, let's say, major releases. So today is whatever. I don't ever know the date. March 28th. So April 18th, I think, is going to be the next big demo launch. And then June, I want to say 9th, is going to be Next Fest. This is what we're trying to prepare for next. And everything we've just been doing has been feature stuff. So the general life cycle that we follow here is release something, get feedback, process and prioritize the feedback, then do all of that work that resulted from the triage basically, and then repeat, like release another thing, get feedback on it, keep prioritizing the feedback. So we just did, I don't know, a month and a half of just like changing a ton of different things. We made design documents and sought out what these features would be and redesigned them as needed. So the main things that we came up with from all of this, and if you don't know what the game used to be, this isn't going to mean a lot. But for one, practically everything in the game now has a perks board. So this garbage slime already existed. This is the means of like trashing items in the game. You can drag it items, it'll give you gold. But that was it. It was just this that you see here. Now there's the board here, and you can upgrade this thing. So you can make it automatically eat. You can make it get hungrier faster. You can make it critically eat. And that's true for, I think two things where it wasn't true. So it's like, okay, there are more choices for the player. Next, we added in new systems completely. We have the farming system and we have the fishing system. Then these things needed to have some impact on the game. So we made them control, oh, I got to switch branches. We made them control how you level up. Let me rerun this because we just changed some things and I actually want to show this off because this looks super cool. Anyway, all of this combines to form the new set of things that people will see in the demo and things that we need to test. This is what I want to show off. We have our new extractor. Unfortunately, the slime is covering it. But anyway, when you click this, the light goes on. And when you drag an item here, let's just turn this on. All right, watch this. We got a cool animation when an item is dropped in. Yeah. Yeah, anyway. I'm happy with that. Oh yeah, and we have the new farmer graphic. And we have the new fisher graphic. Look at the fisherman with his little fishing rod. Yeah, so anyway, things are coming together. All right, so main things I want to figure out is when do we expect you to develop, I guess, the perks for each system? So for example, you unlock the farm. It starts with 4 plots and only carrots. So your food per, like, I'll just call it farm cycle is 8. And there are 3 upgrades. It's more planting space. I think faster crop growth. And what was the last one? Oh yeah, different crops. So basically like more average expected food. Oh, man. Then we have the enchanter. I'm not super concerned about the enchanter. Okay, so here's the enchanter. We have different spells you can cast. I'm not sure people will even want to spend money on this system and prioritize it. There's the automation thing, which once you have that, this is just a benefit you can have at any point. And then it's just a question of how often you have that benefit. But why would you upgrade the other spells unless you're getting more mana than you can spend on one spell? And that's probably how we need to balance this. When this is at its highest amount, we probably needed to give you enough mana to cast 2 spells. Hey, Patootie. A very apt welcome back joke for today. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for the resub. I like to before all the updates. Well, Paj, I am curious to hear what you think with all these updates. Maybe Zays. Tried adding a custom reporter for playwright tests that post to Slack. Required updating a widely used dependency. Oh, yeah. That is sometimes not very fun. When do you want me to try it? I'm not certain yet. I think I want to, for one, we definitely need to do the play testing and balance testing now. Because if I were to give you the game right now, you'd be like, these things cost way too much. And I'd just be like, okay, yeah, I know, because I haven't done anything about that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll have to get back to you. I should probably write you down though here. And or Paj. Okay, so the way that this works right now is you only ever have enough to cast one spell on autocast. We would need to rebalance your mana regeneration so that you have multiple. Otherwise, you have no real reason to ever increase the potency of these other spells. Fortunately, I do have to leave. I had to come do my resub joke though. All right, well, take care. Hope things are going well in your life. All right, I want to write down all of these observations. Yeah, so it's going to be balanced stuff. Observations. Enchanter. Auto casting essentially negates the... I'll just say disincentivizes upgrading individual spells if you only ever want to autocast one spell. We would need the mana regeneration to increase such that you'll eventually hit max mana even with autocasting. Hey, TJ. By doing that, I'm slightly concerned people will want to autocast several spells. Other than that, these other things can all be kind of figured out independently. But like, when do we want you to get autocasting? I think we want to incentivize you like experimentation with the spells. So autocasting shouldn't be something you get early on. And then the question is, how much gold are you going to get at this time in the game? So right now it costs 500, but what if 500 is easy peasy? That's not expected. What are those little arrows doing there? That was definitely weird. Hey, Matt. What were those doing there? Huh. I don't know how to get them back. But they didn't have a reason to show. Is it because did I make this too small? Was it saving and loading? Oh, yep, there they are. Those little arrows show up on save and load, but they have no reason to be there. And all they do is move the tab bars such that they're not needed anymore. Okay, so wait, what's the repro then? Just save and load the game? Yeah. All right, let's file an issue for that. Tab bar arrow buttons show when loading the game. Oh, wait, wait. We don't want that. We want to put an arrow there. Yeah. I'm not sure why they're showing. The repro is build the enchanter, farm, and fishing pond. Save, load, open the perks panel. Those arrows show up. Clicking them enough makes them go away. All right, create a bug on that. We might as well just unlock everything so I can see it all in one place. Anything else? Just the tavern? Yeah, so auto casting should be expensive. I think we want to give players enough freedom to unlock this stuff when they feel like prioritizing it. So if we made this cost 90,000, then there's pretty much no way you're ever going to get to it at the beginning of the game. So we're saying it's a late game thing. But there's a cost where we could slot it into one of many different phases. And I want to be careful about how this stuff works. The other thing is you're unlocking all of these things at roughly the same time. I think we're going to run into a problem here. We need to make sure you're not getting too much extra money, or else we're going to trivialize all of these purchase costs. Or make the cost of these things go up. All right, well, how about this? Because otherwise I'm going to be paralyzed here. let's take a stab at some value changes, and then let's try it out. Yeah. So your first spell increase is 100, then it's 150. It's a smaller relative change to get the second upgrade, and it's at a larger cost. But I wonder if the cost should go up even further. 100, 150, 200, 250, 500. Okay, let's see. What are these things at? Yeah, I don't feel like the cost of 100 is all that much at that point in the game. Enchanter perks. Yeah, I think I'm going to make these cost 200 and then 300. And upgrading the mana crystalline stuff, I think those should be maybe 100, 200, 300, 500. Okay, cool. Let's look at the other ones. Farming. So crop variety, I think all of these cost 100 right now. Yeah, they do. And the way that they work is at level, at level 0? Yeah, level 0, your average food, I guess let's write it like this, level and average food. At level 0, it's going to be 2. In fact, it's forced to be 2. There's no deviation from that. Then we go up to 2.5. Then we go to 9 divided by 3, so 3. Then it is 14 divided by 4 and 24 divided by 5. Okay, so here's the average amount of food you get from these things. So at first it's a 25% upgrade, then it's a 20% upgrade, then it's a 17% upgrade, and then it's roughly a 30% upgrade. So the highest one should probably cost a little bit more at least. But the question is, are these values, are these good? So this is, we have what we're calling like a farm cycle here. You take your number of plots times your average food is equal to your farm cycle, let's say. So when you have 4 plots and you have only carrots, it's equal to 8 food. And at the end, you can have 25 times 4.8. Yeah, so at the end, it's 120 food. I want these to feel like big upgrades, I guess. Growth rate. This is another thing I want to keep an eye on. I guess these are questions to ask as I play. How does the farm feel? Do we want to change crop growth times? How important is food at the end of the game when you buy it? Food is the way that you level up. So the way this works, let me start this. And level ups are always important, is the short story. So yeah, I think it's always going to be needed. But yeah, the way this works is you plant crops, you feed them to the chef slime. The chef slime cooks them into wisdom sludge, which I know has a little coin graphic here, but this is what you use to level up. So it costs 10 sludge for the first level up. So if I harvest another couple carrots, there we go. Got my first level up. Now the next one costs 50. So at any given point in the game, this is pretty important. Did you uncap levels? No, they're capped at 20 now, though, instead of 7. Hey, Leftist, yeah, this is a spoiler run. So yeah, you have 19 level ups per adventurer, and you currently have 7 adventurers. So you have what, 133? Is that what that is? Yeah, 133 level ups. And I don't know what the total sludge value is. Those aren't balanced anyway. But yeah, toward the end of the game, let's actually kind of simulate this a little bit. Let's give ourselves another 5 workers. And let's turn this on. And then let's go start a couple of battles here. Start battle. Oh wait, I need auto battling. Hang on one sec. Okay. So I have auto battle. Let's turn this on. And let's turn on the auto battle for this character too. Okay. So now we have a couple of characters going and getting potions for us. And they're going to automatically be brought to the farm. They're level 1 and 2, so they're taking forever. I guess we can give the rogue a skill point here. Okay, yeah. So you see them bringing potions over here. This is what the planting cycle would be. And you can see them slowly growing carrots. And then they're going to need to harvest them too. I mean, I think this is going to be fun. I just don't know about balance. Hey, noob. Seeing and talking to ghosts again. Shaking my head. Yeah. Every once in a while, I probably want to turn this off so you can actually sell some things. There we go. Use some potions over there. Turn this back on. Don't buy both of them. Okay, good. That way we get the tip value. Yeah, so how much food per minute are we getting? I wonder, we should probably expose some of these stats, at least for me as a developer. Now it says we need 100 sludge. And it's like, oh man, that's probably going to take a while. And that's away the full farm. So this probably isn't going to be a good idea. Hey, Franken. Wait, can we farm and plant Stardew to sell in our valley? Wouldn't it be cool if this had like a hookup to Stardew Valley? I guess it wouldn't be that hard to do, right? You can write mods for Stardew Valley. So you could take the Skeleseller save data and put it into a form that gives you something. Plus that archipelago.gg thing exists. Anyway, yeah, this is cool, but the amount of sludge I'm getting is minimal. So now let's try. Hang on, we gotta go beat this thing. Start battle, win battle. All right, now we can get more money. So now we can upgrade this, and I guess faster growth. Yeah, there's no way this is balanced. We need to harvest all these crops. Oh, workers don't even prioritize harvesting crops if there are items, I think. Oh, I hadn't thought of that. Well, now we're getting slightly different stuff. How much food do I have? 62? Yeah, this is a nightmare. What kind of archipelago are you doing? Does it involve Ocarina of Time? I feel like it has to. It's Lepchus we're talking about. Too many potions. There are way too many of these things. And there's no way to take workers out of this state. Well, I guess there kind of is. You can sell things like this. There we go. Now we're getting some real crops here. All right, so what's our food going up to? 97, 102, 111. So we get our third level up, and now it costs 200. And we're like, this game sucks. And we stop playing. Yeah, we need to change that for sure. The whole point of this is that I don't want you to stick around with like, you know, a tiny, tiny farm and just get to level 20. So I think what we probably need, what this is pointing to, we probably need an upgrade that says crops are worth more food. Or maybe it's an upgrade for the slime that says you the slime cooks stuff and has a higher efficiency. Yeah, that would work. We're running out of crops now. And we like hardly got anything. I guess the fishing pond is supposed to address this too to some extent. But yeah, I think we're gonna need to do that. Is planning on practicing a while this weekend? Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm very, very curious about how that goes. So observations farm. The farm doesn't grow exponentially, but level up requirements essentially do. We have the fishing pond to augment how much food you get, but we're almost certainly going to need some kind of perk that multiplies how much food you get from each item brought to the slime. Yeah, because I just cheated my way through having however many crops, and I got enough to level up to 5. I guess it's, well, what are the other costs for this stuff? Because doesn't it get kind of crazy toward the end? Where are they? Here they are. Yeah, we're at what? 250, and I was already starting to feel it. And we have to get up to 1,000. Well, there is more game in that time. But yes, we're almost certainly going to need this. All right, let's keep looking at this. Yeah, I think the farm should be cheap enough, but probably not super cheap. Farm perks. So let's say 150, no, 100, I guess. 150, 175, 200. Increase farm size. This should probably be a little bit cheaper, huh? Because you're going to spend more money doing it. 100, 250, no, 100, 200, 300. Crops growing faster. I have no idea. All right, what's left? Just the garbage slime? I don't know. I think we're probably ready to play the game. None of this stuff is probably balanced. What else do we have to look at beyond that? I don't know. All right, let's start a real game. We are going to allow cheating in this game. No way we're not cheating our way through this. All right, so let's start a stopwatch and figure out roughly where we are. Doing that off screen. All right, let's try this out. We're 15 seconds in. We've almost started our first battle. Yeah, so anything that strikes me as I'm playing through the game, I think we need to write down. Like, I kind of feel like this should not just be blank grass area. Well, I'm not sure I'll write that in particular down. All right, so we build our first shop. And we restart that battle. Yeah, music is on. Can you not hear it? It might be too quiet. Huh. It looks like it should be, you should be able to hear it. Hey, Zay. Can anyone hear the music? Not sure what I would need to do. I hear nothing at all. Weird. So if I turn this up to max. Hey, Forbidden Soul. Still no music? Because OBS is showing it like... Why can't I put this on the screen? OBS is showing that something is playing out of here. That's strange. I'm not even sure what to do in that case. All right, well, let's unlock auto battle before I start tinkering around over there. It costs 15? What? Since when? Is it set to monitor only? Let's find out. Oh, it's on a different audio track. Okay, let me try that. Can you hear it now? Oh, man. Okay. This is going to be annoying. Oh, where's the auto battle button? No, I never got it. Let's get this. Let's get this. All right, I got to write that down. Weekend. Write down that OBS audio needs to be set to track 1 to make it to the stream. And track 2 to be on a separate recorded track for videos. All right, well, now that's probably a little bit too loud. Let me turn that down a bit. All right. I don't want it to be overpowering. This will hopefully be leveled relative to my voice. And I think I put audio ducking on too. We still don't have enough money. This is ruining my whole speed run. We're at 3 minutes in. And as a new player, I would be like, okay, I'm getting the hang of this. I'm battling. I really want there to be auto battle, which we're about to unlock. You probably would have gotten the town hall. You probably would have gotten the slime. These things are now purchasable though. which will probably distract you from doing whatever you actually want to do. And this is another key problem, which is that we don't have a way of gating when you get these perks. We could base it on how many bosses you've defeated. I'm not sure what we're going to do about that. Perks in general. So we probably need to introduce new perks somehow. We don't have a way of doing this. E.g. for the garbage slime, you buy them for 1 gold, but then their perks can distract you from moving on in the game. New player there would have gotten the slime. I think most new players have gotten the slime though, because it shows up after you lose an item, which is pretty much guaranteed to happen once you have auto battle on, and it only costs 1 gold. Whether or not they would have bought or prioritized perks though, I guess is different. And they can't even afford, yeah, they can't even afford this middle perk. We could just make these cost too much. I assume you know about Twitch VOD track guide. I think I've seen that, and I'm not sure. I just need to look at the settings and figure out if there's something that makes sense both for streaming and for recording. And there probably is. All right. So at this point in the game, as a new player, I'd be like, I can see this. I want hardworking adventurers to cost more. I'll write down changes we have to make. Make hardworking adventurers cost more. It's something people sort of ignore because of how cheap it is. Yeah. Hey, Filkir. It's going well. We're doing some play testing today. All right, so now I can hire the next adventurer. And that means that I can go to... Oh, I don't have enough I don't have money, so never mind. Oh, nice. I like the level up things here. Those are pretty good. Yes, now we need 35 gold. Oh, I have the tip system turned off. Oh, man. I gotta turn that back on. I gotta turn off pretty much all of these things, huh? Well, that's not necessary, but these other ones are. Alright, so we need 35 gold, as I just mentioned. Yeah. We're 7 gold away. There's my song. Alright, 1 more gold. There we go. Now let's bail out of these battles, and we'll put them in the boss battle, which we are now guaranteed to win. Yeah, previously that wasn't the case. Let me turn off my keyboard camera, I guess. Now, if the boss would have killed you, it will not attack any longer, because there's no way you can increase your power for this battle. So we force you to win. And it still looks like it's close. All right, so we got the ogre blood, which is worth quite a hefty sum. Let's go back to here to battle for a bit. I want to sell this over here for maximum money. And wait, what? They somehow went back to... Oh, I see. I have... Wait, no, what? What just happened? How did they even fight there again? What did I just do? All right, hold on. That shouldn't have happened. Gotta go look at the VOD. Figure out what I messed up. Yeah, so it was between those two. Wait, no, it wasn't. I beat this. Then I could have sworn I edited the party. Yeah, I clicked forest and then battle. And they went back to the canyon? What? I beat the canyon. Then I edited the party and chose the forest. But they still went to the canyon? That shouldn't be possible. Alright, what happens if I start another battle in the forest? That worked. J-Rock, thanks for the sub. Happy 23 months. I appreciate it. Oh, man. We really gotta bail out of this and go try to figure that out. Alright, let's save and let's go to the title screen. Oh, this is gonna be tedious. Yeah. We need to not skip the tutorial. Ah, the hi, I'm rich. And there go all of Paja's points. Wasted. Gone. I was at about 10 minutes, by the way. Alright, let's try this out. So we went to the canyon, we won. We edited, we went to the forest, started. Is it gonna go to the canyon again? It's not. Okay, but I didn't have auto battle on there. Alright, so now we need auto battle. And we go do this again. So it was auto battling in the forest. We win this, edit, go to the canyon. Win this, edit, go to the forest. What? All right, there was one other difference that I had, which is that I had the mage as well. It might be that that's what's necessary for this. But this is getting kind of tedious to repro here. Oh, man. All right, they were... Actually, I think we just started a new one at the canyon. Start, win, edit, go here. This is already on. What? What caused this to happen? I'm not missing something, am I? It was this. It said waiting for full health, like they're repeating the same battle. Overblood, weird. Well, let's write down what I know. I had the mage and rogue in the canyon. Oh, how did I set up for that battle? Let's go back to that. Did I edit the party? What's happening here? Oh, I see. I was like, why is it spamming those shortcuts? But that was me watching me doing the repro. Oh, God. All right, so I said I was going to get ready to do the canyon battle. And what happened here? We made 35 gold. Then I fled the battles. I edited the rogue battle. Okay. I had the rogue battling in the forest. And we fled that one, right? No, it just naturally concluded. Then I think we fled the next one. Yeah, so we fled it with auto battle on. They had auto battle on. I fled that battle. Then I edited the party. Edited the rogue battle. To upgrade the portal. I added the mage and rogue to the party. I chose the canyon. Okay, that battle went on. Then I edited again. This time by clicking the party rather than the edit button. That shouldn't matter though. I click the forest and I click start battle. The forest and started the battle. It started with auto battle on. It ended up at the canyon. Yeah, I don't think the OBS, sorry, I should have made this clear. I don't think the OBS settings are going to be hard for me to figure out. I just didn't realize I even had them set incorrectly. So I'll go in and try to set them correctly. I'll write down what you said. Sorry, that's why I wasn't contributing to that conversation. I should have made that clear. All right. Can we go reproduce that then from the beginning? Man, I'm going to try to do everything exactly the same way we had it. So we had the mage. We had the rogue auto battling in the forest. And we clicked flee, which I have not done. Edit to add the mage, upgrade the portal, and battle at the canyon. Then we won this battle and then edited it to go back here. So I'm expecting this is going to be the bug now. It'll end up back at the canyon. No, it isn't. What I do differently? Maybe I didn't. Maybe it does matter if you click the party members. I'd be very surprised about that. It should be exactly the same event, listener. Or there's a race condition, maybe. All I know is that we definitely saw something that should not have been allowed. There is one possibility. No, there isn't. I was going to say that maybe that was enabled and we just couldn't see it. All right, let's try this again. So we're battling in the forest. I guess we won one and then we had them go in again. And then I fled and edited. This time I used the edit button, which is what I did in the video. I went here, started a battle. I guess technically I just let them win normally, so we can do that. Because maybe forcing a win does this. Then this time around I clicked this edit button and went back to the forest and hit start. And it reproed. Okay. So what? It was one of two things. Either we need to actually have them win the battle normally. One of two things let me repro this time. Either you have to win the battle normally rather than forcing a win, or you have to edit the party via the party icons, not the edit button. All right, well, we're going to test both of those things out because this should be very easy to try out now. So we're battling over here. Wait, did I get the wrong thing? I don't even know what I had unlocked. It doesn't matter. All right, Rogue is auto battling in the forest. So we have them win that match. We flee the next match, edit, do this. So we're not going to force a win. Just going to speed this up so they get the win normally. Then we're going to edit via this button, go back to this, and start battle. Yeah, that's the problem. Wait, no, I didn't change anything. Oh, darn it. Whoops. Oh, man. I meant to do something different, and I didn't. I just talked about doing something different. Yeah, my bad. All right, let's test it one more time. We should only have to test it 2 times at most because that's all I have is 2 choices here. And they're Boolean choices. So I flee this battle. I edit the party through this. I upgrade the portal. Start the battle. So we're going to let them win normally, but we're going to click the edit button, not the party button. Yeah, so now I click this. That's probably it. We probably have a difference now in how this start. No, that's not it. So it's the winning normally thing. So it doesn't matter which edit button you press. This doesn't matter. This seems to matter. Okay, let's verify that. God, this is like the worst kind of bug because it's game breaking and nobody cares that it's game breaking. No, people definitely care. All right, so flee this, edit, click, upgrade, start, and now we force a win. And then I edit this to go to the forest. Alternatively, it has to do with the rogue entering the portal ahead of the mage. Because I did see that in each repro. Could be that the mage needs to enter the portal first for this to be broken. And it doesn't have to do with forcing a win. But I'm pretty certain it has to do with forcing a win. Well, that's what makes us avoid this problem, which should help us hunt down what the actual problem is. I'm just going to try this again. We edit, upgrade. All right, so we force a win, and now I want the mage to enter first. So I've got to pick the forest when the rogue is farther from the portal. Like right now. Okay, so no, it does not have to do with this. So it's this thing. All right, what happens when you force a win? Debug win instance. It sets the current stage of the final number, says has stage ended, calls battle stage ended. And what happens when you, so this is when you force a win. When you force a win, this bug doesn't repro. And when you normally win, that's the battle system telling you that there should be check. Why is that not working? Should be a check for end of battle. I guess we can turn the keyboard camera back on. Check for end of battle. This is overridden by the regular battle system. Battle stage ended. We set has stage ended is true. So we're doing both of these things. When you don't force a win, and then this is just naturally true anyway. Since there's only one stage. What's different then? What is different? Because I don't see a difference. Also, technically, this is not needed here because that's part of battles. Oh, wait. No, hold on. Those are two different things, aren't they? Oh, they are. They're just named the same. Oh my God. Oh, those are two different functions. These are two different functions. Oh man, Windy, thanks for the raid. We've arrived. Hey, how's Twilight Monk going? Hey, Rembo. Howdy, Windy. Windy Beard Games. Yeah, I hope it's going well. Yeah, for those who don't know, Windy was working on Twilight Monk as a contractor. Seems good so far. Lots to do there. Crazy days. Views mostly positive. That's pretty good. I'm trying to avoid spoilers. Video reviews. Interesting. But yeah, the Crazy Days thing. Are you gonna take a breather? Also, for those new to this stream, we're working on playtesting today, and we just encountered an issue that is unfortunately kind of game breaking. It shouldn't be that hard to fix, I think. So we're investigating that right now. But in general, a lot of what I'm going to do today is figure out like how do all the numbers work in the game. So we're level 1 and we're going here and we fight. How long does it take to win a battle? How long does it take for you to get the upgrades that you want to get? Are those upgrades impactful enough? Those sorts of things. Publisher is sitting on it. Oh man, that's too bad. I wonder why. Do they... Yeah, actually, yeah. Did they give you a reason? They shouldn't really have a reason for that, right? Like, it's not a bad look if you have an update on day 1 and it's... Maybe they're just not doing work. Let's see. Oh yeah. So we said this seems to matter, and then I never looked into this any further. So the 2 battle stage ended functions are different, and we need to figure out how they're different. Does one call into the other one? They do. Okay, but there's one extra thing that happens here. Oh, drat. The battle systems battle stage ended just calls into the instances. Updates can break the game as well. Oh, that's true. Yeah, sorry. I very, very much like glossed over this. We should be able to reproduce this even... Wait, no, we had to be in the canyon. Oh. Yeah, why is there a difference here? It could be based on how long the battle takes. Although I'm not really inclined to believe that. Oh, it could be that they're losing, that they don't have life. It could be that the adventurers are missing life. Maybe that's what's doing this. Oh my God. Okay, let's try that out. That would be something. And I think I know what could cause that if that's the case. But wow. Also, it might not look like it, but that there are a lot of race condition bugs I had to encounter in my career to be able to even think that that was a possibility right now here of like what else is happening. All right, so we flee this battle, edit, upgrade the portal, add the mage, start the battle. Now wait for us to lose some life in the battle. No, but it's got to be enough life that we lose so that by the time I edit the party, we haven't regained it all. So now if I force a win and then I edit this quickly enough and go here, now it's going to be a problem. That's what's doing it. Oh my God. I can't believe it. Okay. Yeah. So the problem is when you're missing life in the battle and have to regenerate. So forcing a win doesn't actually matter. Oh my goodness. All right, so where does life regeneration happen? There's a regeneration system, I believe. Yeah. But we do something in the town where we wait for this to happen? Regenerate. I purposely searched without an E or an ION so I could find both of them. But it's actually not here. We had something about wait for full health. Where is that? Full life? Get regeneration time? Auto repeat timer timeout. It's auto repeating the wrong instance though. That's the problem. I can't believe this. I just can't believe this is a thing. All right, how do we figure this out? Start auto repeat timer. So this thing has an on timeout, and that's what's happening here, and it's going to the wrong place. Yeah, here it is. What does this do? Get adventurers if they're not in battle, heal. Yeah, this is the function I was thinking of. On auto repeat. This has to be wrong. Yeah, it's on a repeat battle. Oh man. It's got to know what the new location is. Yeah, it just picks the instance ID. That's a problem. Oh, that's the problem. How do we fix this? Yeah, how do we fix this? All right, let's go find that original function that calls into this on request repeat battle. Zone 3 instances manager. And there's a timeout that's called here. Yeah, okay. So let's write all this stuff down. So instances, but this is going to be like a one line of code kind of fix eventually, but it's going to take a while to figure out how to change that. So this gets hit after they're at full life. That invokes this, which in the town calls start battle instance ID. Yeah. And that's the wrong instance ID. Matt, it's funny you should say that about picturing Windy as having a giant flowing beard, because he was on a podcast somewhat recently, and the person he was talking to, who's the creator, I believe, of Twilight Monk, said the same thing. Okay, so we can't start this with the instance ID. We need to start it with whatever the chosen instance ID is. We need the instance ID that you chose through the battle map. So when you choose that, what happens? Huh. Because we could just have like next instance ID where you're supposed to do battle. But I'm a little worried about that. So yeah, battle, panel, start button. When you press this, it calls in a start battle. Chose instance party. Where do we use the instance ID? Right here. Walk to portal to start battle. Town.onChose instance party is what gets the correct ID. And I'm guessing it just discards it somewhere. Create walking to portal. They are walking to the portal, but then they get in the portal and they choose the wrong thing. This is what's called that triggers the regeneration thing, right? No. Yeah, here it is. Create instance slot. We shouldn't even need to do this. Got to run. Have a great stream. Catch you soon. Take care, Windy. Thanks for the raid. I hope you do get a breather. I watched a video on this the other day. Are you talking about my thing, Rembo? Or are you talking about Twilight Monk? Because I'm sorry, I missed that message. All right, where is that function call about time to regenerate or something like that? Time to reach full health. I don't remember where I wrote this. Oh my god, I don't know where it is. I lost it already. I guess the regeneration system has some like get amount of time. I don't even know where that happens. Man, I saw that code somewhere and I lost it. Ah, here it is. Get regen time for party. Yeah, so where's this called from? Aha, this. Create instance. So nothing tells this thing what its ID needs to be. This is all ridiculous. There's so many ways to start a battle. It'd be nice if there's just one. Instance slot to use is -1, or there is no slot. Then we need to close one. Hey, Half. Like at some point, we need to override the ID that we had here, but that's going to cause a different problem if you can ever stop this timer. Edited the party. What if we just closed the window and opened a new one with walking to portal? There's another way we could just bypass this problem altogether. Could just close the old battle window and open a new one, and it would show walking to portal. Oh, maybe this can only happen in this one case because we don't allow you to repeat boss battles. Like, I wonder if this would have been an issue if it wasn't the canyon that was involved. I guess as long as you need to regenerate life, then it would be an issue. And what realistically happened here? My character's getting pummeled. They dead. They so dead. They're already in the portal. They're not even walking to the portal. And now I think they're going to go back to the canyon here. So they basically never left the portal. Yeah, so this would be a problem no matter what. It doesn't have to involve the canyon. It's just obvious to me because we shouldn't have been able to do that again. Yeah, note. This problem isn't specific to the canyon. It would happen anywhere that you're regenerating and want to switch locations. It's just so hard to track this stuff down. So you just need to keep track of what's the correct instance ID we're supposed to go to. And I think we already have an instance slot somewhere, something like the adventurers who are going to do battle next. Yeah, this. Adventurers to do battle next. We also need like a next ID or an ID to repeat, which could be something different from what the current one was. But while this is going up, you could click the repeat button. I'm just going to make them repeat the old battle. I think we just override this. I'm just so worried what's going to happen if we do that. And we can't even do it. Oh, man. This is the only place we set this, right? Yep. Only in init. So we need something to tell this thing that, hey, you have a new ID now. It's not the technically correct way of doing things, and it won't cause a problem now, but it might in the future. And it'd be really hard to track down in the future if it ever does cause a problem, that we're just changing the ID. Because we need some sort of comment here saying like, this represents the ID of the battle you were in, unless you're about to go to a different battle, in which case it'll represent that one. Yeah, I think that's the wrong way of solving things. I think we just need to keep track of like, what's the next thing. So we have like a public instance ID, next instance ID. And I don't even know what keeps track of that. I guess the end battle screen. Yeah, probably something like that. Before we set that up, though, let's write a comment here. So when you edit a party, you can change locations, the location where you're going to battle. This stores the location of the next battle. I guess this stores that changed location. Or if you didn't change it, then this will match ID. All right, so that's the behavior we want. Then we need to use this everywhere, and then we need to make sure that this is set correctly. So let's go back a step. This gets hit. Town on shows instance parties, what's getting called. Let's go take a look at that. This calls this thing, do this. We get the instance slot, it exists. So we go into here, we call update adventurers in case you edited the party. Yeah, so this should know that you have a different ID you want this thing to be at. And instance slot isn't even... Yeah, this should be like, this is where we should put this thing. Next instance ID. The slot knows, not the instance. Let's see, instance.id. Something like that. All right. Let's say get set and just set this from outside this class for right now. Just have a default value if you aren't changing instances, just so you don't have to bother with syncing the state every time. Yeah. I'm almost certainly going to do that. Like, this is essentially a nullable thing, and when it's null, it just exposes the instance's ID that we already had. All right, so we call update adventurers. We also need to say instance slot dot next instance ID equals whatever ID you passed in. Blam. There. Now, when attempting to use this, anytime, let me think about this. Still new to code, and it's weird to me how many different ways you can technically solve the problem, but finding out the best way is the hard part. Yeah, it's kind of the same with any sort of repair. I mean, imagine, like, I don't know, a door is broken in your home. You could, I mean, there it's probably pretty obvious, right? Like how you want to fix the door, but still you need to consider things like what's the cost, or the monetary cost? What's the time cost? What's the sort of expertise it requires to do this? Should you hire someone to do it? Like, what kind of door do you get? And even then, you can start making compromises on color or thickness or soundproofing or any number of things, right? So it's like the best solution, one, is subjective, but then two is, it might be obvious based on what you're doing. Like the way you affix a door to a hinge, there are probably only so many ways you can do that, at least with standard doors. So it's like, yeah, there probably is just the best way to do that. But do you know it? Can you find it out by looking at YouTube videos? Should you hire someone? Yeah, exactly. Why did the door break? Can you fix that? Like, are there storms happening? Do you need a stronger door in the future? Those are all the same things that happen with coding. It's you've got to figure out how long is it going to take to do? Will this probably happen again? What's the impact of it happening? Okay, so now instance slot has this thing. This is not actually set correctly yet. I guess whenever we create an instance slot is when we need to figure this out. When do we make one of these? Do we have a create function? No. Instance slot. Get slot by ID. Yeah, so then this must create one, right? No. What, are they always created? No. There's an add child here somewhere that we're going to find. Here it is. And is that the only place? Yes, that is the only place. So it's this. So as soon as we create this thing, and that's called by instantiate scene. and then we don't do anything special with it. There's no initialize here. There is an init. What calls this? Two things. Create walking to instance and create instance. Okay, in either case, I am pretty much certain we can say next instance ID is equal to instance ID. So like repeat the one that you're already on unless a new thing overrode that. Yeah. Trying to pull my hair out and ask why I do it. And I say because I enjoy this. It very much looks like I'm not enjoying it. Yeah. I think there are certainly parts of programming that I don't enjoy. Like if I have to do the same task a million times across, you know, a million different applications. So I don't know, making some like simple interface, let's say. It's like I'm probably annoyed by that. That's just a speed bump in my mind. And then there are some bugs that are so hard to solve that they can get annoying when you've been slamming your head against the wall for like 4 days. Those are pretty few and far between, though. And it still feels great when you're finally done with it, but it feels like you need to take a vacation or something. All right, so now we just need to use this thing. And that comes from where we repeat the battle. That calls start battle instance ID. Start battle instance ID. Except for that's in town. Here it is. All right. That's not what I want though, right? On request repeat battle. Yeah, it's this one. Does this know about an instance slot? It just calls create. We're creating it with an instance ID. Oh God, I think this all points to this code needing to be simpler. This is kind of a mess. So the slot already existed. We're going to return that here. If it didn't exist, we're going to make it, but we're not going to initialize it yet. Where do we initialize it? I don't know. There are only two places. I just don't know where they are in relation to what I was just looking at. Create walk-in instance and create instance. Okay, I see. Yeah, so when we call start battle from here, we're initializing it down here. But this thing may have already existed. This shouldn't even be called create instance slot. It doesn't always create one. It's create or get. Yeah, it's create or get. Okay, so create or get instance slot. We're almost there. I'm not happy with this. Aspect type. I think, Matt, why I'm laughing at your message here is because I think this is a very precarious situation. A one-on-one competitive game with a friend can go south at some point. And you certainly want to stop it before it goes south if it's going to. So I definitely don't blame your buddy there. Love the look of that keyboard. Yeah, I really, really like this keyboard. I think it's nice. It's now the most comfortable for me to type on. So I have a keyboard that I use for gaming, which I don't like this keyboard for gaming. That's the one thing. So anyway, I use this other keyboard for gaming, and then anytime I type on it, I'm like, oh, this is just a worse experience than this one that I use. The good old corn. All right, so we can call init on this. This can be called multiple times. This can be called multiple times on the same instance slot. That's another thing that's important to write here. Because then this is going to override whatever we had. So it's like if this thing was already set, then we don't want to override it. And we have no way of figuring that out. Maybe create instance should have known. Create instance is only ever really called from here. But I mean, how would it know? This thing only knows where we want to start the battle. Let's put a breakpoint there. We saw this thing running, right? Oh, drat, we did have this thing running. And then something stopped it. But I don't know what. And now there's no way to do this again. Drat. Okay, we can kind of cheat our way through this and still get a repro here. But it's going to be a little bit difficult because what we need to do is we need to win this battle enough times where the ogre is like impossibly difficult. So now this just kill me in one hit probably. Yeah, it's close enough. Yeah. Okay, so now we go and edit this and put this here. And then before this can start, put a breakpoint there. Whew, we did it just in time. Nice. So I think the ID should be forest, but the instance slot thinks that it's the canyon. So maybe I didn't need to do any part of what I just did, but let's take a look. So this knows we want to start it in the forest. And the way it works right now is we call create. This is actually going to get one that already existed. Oh, we don't go into that code. Oh. Oh. Oh my God. This is so stupid. So stupid. So stupid. And well, we have an instance ID somewhere on auto repeat. And on auto repeat passes in the instance for the purpose of what? The purpose of this. And this is going to start a battle with the wrong thing. So we're actually calling start battle multiple times, huh? That's pulling it from the instance. It's not even correct. And that's all we use this thing for? Is just an ID? No, there's also this, which is strange. What is this? Failed to start battle for instance. I don't know how this can happen. I wrote that it's easily possible, but I don't know that it is possible anymore. Because I think we might have changed that. No, it should just take them out of battle. In fact, this is probably what caused us to have multiple of the same adventurer in 2 different battles. I should probably test that out. But we need that so that we can do what? We can figure out its instance slot ID. But that's it. We don't really need the instance here. Oh, we need it for this. I take that back. All right, well, what if we just passed in the ID for this? Is that possible? Probably not. Start battle calls into this. This calls into create instance. So all right, to do, we need this to know the new, the passed in instance ID, which may not match instance.id or like instance slot.instance.id. And we're just not tracking it anywhere right now. Something needs to know it. What if we just store it in the instance slot at that point? Instance slot dot next instance ID equals instance ID. Yeah, what's the problem with this? There's one other place I'm setting this, which I guess is wrong. Here. Is this needed? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think this is needed. It's needed for one case. Yeah. Okay. Man, it's too bad this thing was like the hardest thing to work on. I'm still not totally sure I've unwound all of this. So this can't pull from the instance ID anymore. It needs to pull from the instance slot, which we don't even have here. So can on request repeat battle pass in the instance slot? Because if it can, then we wouldn't have any problem here. Let's see. The end screen? Does the end screen know which slot it came from? It has an ID for it. Yeah, it has an ID for it. So we could fetch it ourselves. Okay, fine. Is that smarter than what I'm doing right now? Yes, probably. Yes, almost certainly. Okay, let's go change this then. This will take in an instance slot now, and then we'll just convert it ourselves. So this will be instance dot slot ID. Don't we have a like get slot, get instance slot? We don't? What? What was that? It was called get slot by ID. Oh, it just doesn't have the word instance in it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure, fine. All right, so this is what we want here and here. Possible null reference. It shouldn't be. Yeah. All right, what else? We have one more of these. This thing. Okay. Now whatever listen to this is going to be wrong, which is this, because this now takes in an instance slot. And we know that the instance has to exist. So if we did this, that would work. But we need to pull the next ID from a different location. And that should fix everything. Probably want to use that here too. In fact, maybe we just want to set that here. I also want to break into this code at some point and find out when the world's going on here. Because I don't know if this is possible anymore. But I think we fixed the original issue, so let's go try it out. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Why is the code this complex for starting a battle? I guess because we have so many different cases. Starting a battle, like case 1, the adventurers, some or all adventurers need to walk to the portal first. Case 2, all adventurers are already in the portal. This is actually split into like case 2A, they're ready for battle, or B, they need to heal. Case 3 is actually it's like case 2B1, like you skip this process manually. There are probably some other small cases I'm forgetting, but we could probably still figure out a way to make this cleaner. Anyway, let's test this out. So we're going to do the same steps we did before. We're going to get auto battle. We're going to get the mage. We're going to start a battle in the forest. This is not a bug. I just left a breakpoint in. In fact, we should probably leave the other breakpoint in. Okay, cool. So now we flee this battle, edit, go to the next location, send the mage in. We just need to make sure that we take enough damage, so we're going to speed this up. We're guaranteed to win this fight, but we'll have low enough life where we have regeneration time. And then before we finish regenerating, we try switching to the forest. Now it should actually start a fight in the forest. So I edit this, we go to the forest, we start battle. They're going to walk to the portal, and they should start in the forest now. Yeah, so we fixed it. Well, that was fun. I don't think this code is going to be very clear. And also, I need to figure out this little mystery right now. How do you start a battle? Or can you hit that code? So if I try starting a battle with the mage, they're already in a battle. But we didn't hit this error. I don't think this is possible anymore. Because we purposely eject them from the battle. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think this is a thing. What is responsible for ejecting them from battle? It's the instances manager. I don't know where this is done though. Create or get instance slot. It must be this. Yeah, here it is. We first go through every single adventurer and we check if they can't start a battle. Wait, and they're in a different slot? They could be in the current slot though. But then you couldn't have called create on that. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I don't think this is possible anymore. Because we make sure to end this. So I should write in parentheses here, this shouldn't ever get hit because we close windows that have we close instance slots where the adventurers were already battling. But if it is hit, it should not be create floating UI text. It should be a g.push error or a throw exception or something like that. And delete this thing. Failed to start battle. So is this called from anywhere else? Nope. It's only here. And I'm nearly certain that none of this code is ever needed. Turn off auto battle. Yeah, that's only ever called from there too. And then set auto repeat to false. Why do we have to do that for two things? Why would we even do this though? Is there a way to see the very start of programming Skeleseller? Yeah. It's on YouTube. I think there's a playlist for it. Skeleseller VODs here. Yeah. Yeah, if you click any of these old videos, actually not even super old ones, if I click something from like day 50, let's say, you'll see that, oops, okay, I accidentally went to day, I don't know, whatever. Anyway, day 50, yeah, we're on day 50. And then you look at what the game looked like. It's drastically different. Like, look at the battle windows there. I know there's a bunch of stuff on top of the one on the right. But on the one on the left, it's like default buttons, not pretty styling or anything. Yeah, like look at this UI. It's so bad. Anyway. Okay, so we go check this in. I'm on the right branch, right? Yeah. All right, when you edit a party, you can change the location where you're going to battle. This stores that change location. This variable stores that change location, or if you didn't change it, then it'll match instance ID. Yeah. Okay, so we set this here, but I don't think this is necessary. No, it is necessary. I take that back. Okay, now we have creator get. We change the name of that. We need this to know the passed in instance ID. We did that now. Yeah. Wow. What a massive speed bump this was. But I think we're pretty much good right now. All right, let's check these things in. So we want that. Oh, that didn't work. Stage selected range. I just don't want this change at the bottom here. That's why I did that way. Then I think we want all of these things. Yes, yes. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Cool. All of that. And all of this, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. All right, so fix bug with repeating battles. If you, so right, repro. I guess like lose a battle somewhere so that you need to regenerate life. And then edit the party and choose a new location with auto battle on. The regen timer will start, but when it ends, you'll go to the original location, not the new one. This commit fixes that. All right, back to playtesting. I don't even think we did anything in the original playtest. Did we find any issues? Okay, so we found this bug. I mean, I guess that was something. So cool. Make hardworking adventurers cost more. Yeah, all right. So this upgrade, it says makes your adventurers transport and stock items just like you. They'll only do this between battles. Most people unlock this because of how little it costs. It's only 20 gold. But then they just ignore that this thing even exists. And I think that's kind of a problem. The most recent person I rewatched play the game, or like I watched play the game, they, I think, never had their adventurers move items the entire game. And then they kept getting too many items. And then, I mean, the people who play the game like that end up being like, well, you need to give me more tools for this. The tools exist. I never touch it. I'm not most people. I give it all to the slime. Well, there's another thing I guess that we have going on now, which is that you can upgrade the slime to automatically eat stuff off the ground. So at some point, you can never lose items. But you can lose value from those items. So yeah, I think I want this to cost like 100. And then maybe bump it down in the list so that it's near the other things that cost a lot. Town perks, hardworking adventurers, 100. Bump this down the list. Now, item stacking is massive. Massive. It basically doubles the amount of space that all of your shops and your warehouse can hold. And it potentially halves the amount of time that workers need to restock items and kind of doubles the purchasing power of customers. So this is huge. This should be like 500. Oh, why does this only have one level here? Oh, I see. It just reused the same number twice. Now, the next time you upgrade this is not so significant. So going from 1 to 2 is obviously a 2x improvement. But then going from 2 to 3 is only a 1.5x improvement. And it's not a new capability at that point. It's just an increase of the capability you already had. So that one doesn't have to be more expensive necessarily. But should it be? Yeah, probably. Put that to 750. Being okay with lost items. I set my adventurers on a lucrative loop and go have lunch. Yeah, if you're going to idle, then a lot of that stuff gets thrown out the window anyway. Although, this all has to do with the whole floor versus ceiling of efficiency. Like, let's say you knew you were going to idle for 30 minutes for lunchtime. And let's say in that time you're going to get, like, I'm just going to make up a number, 50 gold. But you need 150 gold. You might care about, okay, let me see if I can further improve their efficiency. You're not incentivized to do that in the existing Skeleseller. So yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. I've been trying to think about how we can do challenge runs or some other kind of interesting thing. Like I thought of what if we had an amalgam adventurer and it just has like 40 different skills on it and you get double the skill points. And maybe there's some restriction of like you can't party with other adventurers, or this can't party with other adventurers. So you just have some like one-man killing machine. Yeah. All right. Let's play test this again. Debug to debugged. That doesn't. It's not needed. All right, we're gonna restart our stopwatch and we're gonna play the game. I'm looking forward to actually playing the game. We got hardly anywhere, and I had to stop. All right, gimme. We're gonna speed that up. Do I still have that breakpoint in the town? Yeah. Let's leave that on just in case it can get hit, because I don't think it can. And I don't think we've ever seen that error. All right, we got a potion. Let's go sell it. There. You have an adventurer, a shop, and some customers. Keep battling, selling, and building to grow Skeletown. I will. By the way, if you don't dismiss that, then after you do another 2 or 3 battles, it'll get automatically dismissed. Oh yeah, I can click these. I think there's a bug with apple spawners right now where it tries respawning apples. Is there a hotkey to center the camera on the portal and reset the zoom to default? No. No one's asked for that so far. Do you find yourself wanting that? Because like with more systems, you might want to move the camera elsewhere now, depending on what's happening. All right, so now we can get the garbage slime. Gets this thing online. Get our town hall. We're 8 gold away from auto battle. I'm gonna increase the music interval, by the way. Okay. Well, so there's possibly going to be a feature pretty soon that's going to drastically change how you need to use the mouse. But I'll hold off on that. I don't even like telling you more about that. But yeah, it might obviate the need for a reset camera feature. Okay, now we have auto battling. Let's go enable it. Exciting indeed. I also want to test leveling up. We just got to the first boss and then everything broke. Not anymore. Not anymore. So the next big thing to get is the next adventurer. However, this I have never liked. Everyone sees this and they see it's 100 gold and they're like, oh, I don't want this now. So it just shouldn't be there. Hey, Break. How you doing? All right. There is no way to speed this stuff up. Is there another choice you have? Yeah, I guess you can start investing in your town if you wanted to. I think it's okay to have these things here too. If you want to speed this stuff up at the beginning, you can. And you can still explore. So I don't think there's a problem with that. Never had more than 3 slots in my shops until I had spare cash late game. Yeah, the game has changed a lot to the point where I'm not sure how valuable some people will consider these, but people do like upgrading that. All right, so for me, I want to get the next adventurer. Yeah, I think the freedom you have at this point in the game is fine. And it's going to take me probably about 5 minutes. We're at 3.5 minutes so far. And I technically sped up by like 5 seconds. So, yeah, we're still doing fine though. And we're about to make enough money to get our next adventurer. There, in fact, now we can get them. Cool, so we got our second adventurer at about 4 minutes. It tells us we have enough money to hire them. We hire them. That tip should go away. We start our new battle. That should go away. Yeah, nice, it did. Okay. You know, I think incremental games kind of force you into this whole anticipation of the next upgrade, which is sort of fun, but at the same time, sort of like you always feel like you need to push ahead and you're not necessarily just enjoying. So I think slowing the pace down a little bit is a good idea. And I think this is a slow enough pace at the beginning. Remember that I don't need to learn this stuff because I've already played the game a million times, but new players would be learning, okay, here's how this works. How am I optimizing this? What am I using the garbage slime for? What is this thing? Oh yeah, flicking items. It's not really a flick. It's that you drop them like roughly here and they'll go into the shop still. So if I put this here, then yeah. Okay, so we almost have enough to be able to... Yeah, now we have enough. So let's close out of this and close out of this. It should give us a tip saying we have enough to unlock the canyon. Yeah, there it is. You have enough money to unlock the canyon. Click the portal and then click the upgrade button. Done. Now send our adventurers into a battle there. The tip automatically goes away. We're forced to win this fight. There is no losing this. But it should always look like it's pretty close. Yeah, neat. Elite defeated. The ogre will no longer terrorize that poor canyon. Alright, nice. So we got the ogre blood. It's there. Some new buildings are available and you can find the volcano. Alright, so we're going to sell this for a ton of money. And now is when we have a lot of choices. So the buildings that opened up, let's fight while we're looking at this. So we'll fight there. Actually, let's just have them both fight there. So we have the farm, the warehouse, the armor shop, and the tavern. And the tavern, it says, lets you complete other skeletons' quests in exchange for their services. They'll join your town as workers. I think we're going to go with the farm first. Let's do that. Allows you to grow crops that can level up your adventurers. I gotta fix that. Well, it's going to be done as part of a PR, I guess. Why does the mouse pointer change to a glove? Whenever you can click something. I like the sound effect there. All right, let's sell some of these things. I want to upgrade the auto eat. Yeah, let's do that. So once every 15 seconds, it'll automatically eat something. So it should eat that potion. Yeah, nice. So now I don't need to automatically feed it. And in, let's see, 33 times 15 seconds, so roughly 8 minutes or something, it will have paid for itself. Just a casual long-term investment in the game. All right, so we have the farm, but we don't actually... We're not using it. I guess we'd talk to the farmer. Drop potions into the extractor near me to extract seeds and plant them on your farm. When a crop is fully grown, click it to harvest it. The chef slime will then cook it for you. Add a question mark next to location pin so you don't have to click an option to see its purpose. I think you're talking about this. You don't have to... This is how you see what they do. And then once you've built them, then clicking the character will tell you what they do. Which means we do need to add NPCs to other locations in the game. Alright, we need to move on from this location. So let's flee this battle. and go to the volcano, which I think we will promptly lose. I'm purposely leaving this tip here, by the way, because that's how players are going to play. Now, once they've gotten this potion, they should go harvest this crop, because they have nothing else to do. Yeah, nice. So now I have 2 food. But we lost that battle. Because originally you used to get a skill point. And now you don't. Right? We have no skill points. Yeah, we have no skill points. We can't level up. We need more food for that. But we can get the food by turning this on. Done. But then we want a new worker, because right now this one worker is manually moving things. Things are starting to come together. Yeah, we're getting seeds. We're planting carrots. Let's feed you. And let's maybe start 2 of these battles. So 1 there and 1 there. So we either need another adventurer or we need to level up. And I guess that's the problem, right? The adventurer only costs 90. So leveling up is probably not super appealing at first. Our carrots are very slowly growing. Yeah, this is super cool. And we're getting a lot of potions. Interesting. It planted another seed for me because I had that accumulated value, but players wouldn't know why that happened. I never thought to start 2 battles at the same location. Hey, Wanakis. Yeah, I think it's helpful a lot of times. Okay, so the slime just automatically ate something, and now it's on a 15-second cooldown. How much does it cost to upgrade that again? Quite a lot. All right, so I guess let's get the next adventurer. That costs 90 gold. Oh, and we can level up our existing one, right? Yeah, we finally have 10 sludge. Let's upgrade this. Now it's 5 to unlock a skill, and we got crit. So now if I flee this battle and restart it. So now this battle... Oh, is my green screen not... There we go. I didn't realize that was even happening. In this battle now, we should be able to crit the enemy. Yeah, nice. Wow, that is a lot of damage. Yeah. Okay, that's like a super powered upgrade. Yeah, because now we randomize the order you get these things in. We're at 0 sludge. We can level up the mage. When we have leveled up the mage, I wonder if we can beat the next location. We could definitely beat it by hiring an adventurer, though. I'll pick the archer. Okay, let's close out of these battles. We can make adventurers act as workers. Costs 100. We don't have that kind of money. All right, nice. I like that you have to manually harvest crops because of the lowest priority things that your workers do. So it does make the farm another interaction point. Only having 4 crops at the beginning, though, doesn't really feel like too much of a cost for you to just manually click them. So I kind of wonder, should we increase the size of the farm by default and let it expand to even bigger than it's supposed to be by the end of the game? So it's a thought. I don't know for sure if we want to do that. Having to click crops is great. I wonder if we make the farm get even bigger toward the end, so that you have more clicking at the beginning. Yeah, this feels good though. And they're harvesting crops now that I'm not battling anymore. All right, let's try battling in the new location. So we're gonna go to the volcano. And we have a level 2 character now. And they should be able to win, especially because the rogue seems super overpowered when you get crit first. Oh my god, this is why it's gonna be a balancing nightmare. Because I don't know how much more powerful I just got by getting a critical hit. But I think it's more than if I had a higher dodge chance. Yeah, we're easily winning this now. Wow. But we don't have a place to sell armors yet. Oh wait, we could just let that disappear. And this thing automatically goes away. That's nice. We need 40 gold for the armor shop. So this character's just gonna walk around forever now, huh? Yeah, I was hoping that wouldn't happen. Okay, so we can sell these potions. Now we have enough for the armor shop, but I kind of want to just see the slime eat this armor. Yeah, it should happen pretty soon. And that'll give us, what, like 9 gold or something? That should be pretty good. Yoink. 8 gold. Nice. Let's go build a shop. We got our carrots coming in. Alright, so we don't have enough sludge to level up? No, we do. We can get the mage a level. Now it costs 25 to unlock a skill. And that gave us inspiration. Huh. Huh. Yeah, very interesting. Okay, I definitely feel like I want more money, which is the whole point of the game. It might feel overwhelming to new players how many choices you already have at this point in the game. Because we've only unlocked the farm and we already have 3 sets of perks. And a lot of these you wouldn't have had a chance to invest a lot of money into. I'm a fan of the tension of wanting more gold. I just wonder if you should have this many choices, that's all. Yeah, I like that you have the need for gold. But it might feel overwhelming with this many choices. Like, should I be able to move faster or something? Uh-oh. We're gonna take this. This person wants it, though. Let's put more up there. I think I want the ability to turn off edge panning. Changes. I want a setting to turn off edge panning. It stops me from being able to click items at the edge of the screen or drag items to destinations at the edge of the screen. Maybe I really just want the edges to not consume all clicks. I don't know. We got some carrots. So we should have enough. Yeah, okay. So the first level up's costing 10 each. It doesn't feel great, I think. Hey, Merculo. Yeah, I'm not certain about that. And now what's the next adventure? 150? And my archer has a skill point, but I don't have the actual skill. Yo, welcome back. Thanks for the resub. How's it going? Oh, this is terrible. One of the maximum bonus from steady shooting, you also gain power. Yeah, this is a really bad perk to get first, or a bad skill. We could try to get another skill now. Yeah, that's much better. But I just spent all my money doing that. All right, let's get to the tavern. Let's kick off a quest. Barry the Bard promised to bring some potions to a party, but he was ambushed by goblins on his way there and died. If you help him find these potions, he'll join your workforce. Will do. Let's get you those potions, Barry. Gotta wait for this battle to finish up first. People still want to be able to see what the potion quest is. Yeah, no longer Matt the Bard. Sorry. All right, let's go to the forest again. And we'll start 2 battles there. One with the rogue, one with the archer. Oh, but the mage can't actually move items, so I guess it makes sense for them to start a battle as well. He wasn't a very good bard anyway. Alright, this will give us another worker once we're done with this quest. Been busy. Haven't been able to watch live for a while. Watch a few VODs whenever I have time. Nice. Is it good busy or bad busy? How are things going? I like the crop growth rate. I think this is just slow enough where you check in on it every once in a while. So this is working pretty well. Do we want to upgrade one of these things? We just don't have the money. We need to improve the visibility of these things to improve the visibility of perks. The visibility and just UX of perks in general. Oh, I got the new worker. That was that little jingle. Nice. I think being able to upgrade the hunger a little bit sooner is probably something we should make way cheaper. In fact, that should probably be the very first upgrade you get for this. Maybe it's 50 gold. Yeah, I like that idea. Slime perks. Recycler perks. Alright, faster hunger. First one, let's have it cost 50. And then we'll have it cost 150. Okay, I'm getting way too many potions now. So I guess let's exit out of this battle. Actually, what's the next quest? Tovin, a dragon slayer and part-time accountant, needed some items for one of his jobs. You're not sure which. He perished due to a miscalculation. If you help him complete his quest, he will join your workforce. Okay, let's go do that. We need boots. Where do you get boots from? I don't know. But we can get the small blue potions at least. Yeah, I updated some of the text. I also came up with some more quest data. I'll read you some of these. Otis was delving into dungeons in search of treasure when he triggered a trap. It actually didn't kill him, but the second trap did. What are some other ones we have here? Felix the fighter had slain hordes of enemies on his quest. With so much loot to carry, he decided to ditch his lucky charm to make space. He was promptly struck by lightning. I spent a long time coming up with these yesterday. I'm happy with how they turned out. I like the idea of questing in this game. Yeah, I think we need to slow down how quickly you get new adventurers. But I want you to have a choice still. Alright, so let's stop these battles. And let's have you go back to the volcano. Oh, we could upgrade the portal and go to the jungle. I wonder if we can win there, too. In fact, I wonder if we could just beat the dragon, like, way earlier than we should be able to. Because how much do level ups matter? Can we beat this place? Oh, man, my adventurers are not doing a lot of damage. But they might win anyway? Yeah, because if they can kill even just one enemy, then the amount of damage they'll take is way lower. No, I think I'm going to lose. Yeah. Okay, so can we level up? No, it costs 50 sludge for that. We only have 34. Now we have 38. Making crops grow faster is something I think people will want to do. Yeah, I think people are going to want to have that. People will probably want a way to make crops grow faster by clicking on them. Hey, Jay. I have to ask about the mental fortitude thing. This game has been to places since the last time I saw it. Thanks, yeah. I am mentally weak. Oh, I'm sorry to hear it. Did you try? I know you were under the weather the first time. Thanks for the resub, by the way. Okay, so we've been playing for 21 minutes. I have 3 adventurers. I can't beat this location. So that's a problem. We'll need to level up to be able to do that or get another adventurer. Yeah, I also have not been upgrading my town or anything. There's definitely money pressure at the beginning. Which I like. I think it's good. Super hard to commit to 3 hours worth of stuff every day. I guess that's the part that makes you mentally tough, right? But yeah, that does sound very difficult. Alright, we should probably get the warehouse. Man, it's too much stuff to spend money on. I want this next adventure, but 150 gold is quite a lot. I mean, this is the stuff we're talking about. And I do think this feels a touch slow. Like, there are things to do. But I don't have a lot of choices until I get that next adventurer. And they cost a lot, and I might be torn on getting all this other stuff too. Alright, let's just save up for that adventure. Let's not do anything else. There we go. I have 2 workers, don't I? Yeah, there's the other one. Oh, they dumped it in here. Oh, okay, so that gave me 4 different carrots, but oh, that's actually exactly as much as I need to be able to level up again. Well, well, well. Well, well, well. This is working quite nicely. All right, I still need 55 more gold. I guess I should turn this off. Yeah, the chef slime doesn't look like a chef yet, but they will. I do strongly prefer the music interval being at 1 minute, by the way. I think that's nice. Oh, it's not just spamming me with music all the time. Yeah, we're not getting a lot of items. I wonder if 2 adventurers could beat this. They should be able to after these carrots are done growing. Yeah, let's try it. Well, let's have them finish that battle, I guess. But there, now we can upgrade one of these. I want to upgrade the rogue because they already got a super powerful ability. Oh, but they don't get another skill point on that level up. Oh, so they just got stats. Okay, well, let's try fighting in this location without the archer, let's say. Yeah, let's start that. Can they beat this? Because then the archer can go to the forest. Wow, the mage is not doing well. But yes, I think they can beat this. All right, cool. So now we should have a larger influx of items. So I can put these here, get some more crops. We're not getting boots yet, though. How recent is that build compared to this? It's not worth downloading that one. It's probably a month and a half out of date because I wanted to finish everything before being able to push this new version. Yeah, I'm aiming for April 18th. So today's the first day we started doing some actual balance testing here. Before this, we were just making the new systems. And by the way, before even like 2 days ago, you could get food, but you couldn't do anything with it. So we finally added in the level up dialogue. So otherwise, before that, farming was just pointless. Like, yeah, sure, you could click these, you get food, but there was no option to do anything with it. All right, so we have quite a lot of money. I can hire the witch doctor now. And now with a witch doctor, I think 2 sets of parties can go over here. Oh, we can also level up the witch doctor. Oh, we don't have enough money. Or enough sludge. We need 2 more. This is going great, though, so far. All right, so what's the next thing I want to do? Oh, wait, actually, you know what? We could probably turn off both of these things, and we could edit this party and have all of them go to the jungle. And they should be able to win there. We just need to wait for life a little bit. Yeah, let's go now. They're all waiting here with the potions because I don't have enough customers. Let's go get some more customers. There. Oh, and I could have... No, I can't get the enchanter yet. Okay. All right, so now we can level up the witch doctor. They are winning this fight, which should give me boots. Yeah. Cloak I don't want. This we can go sell. We need even more customers than that. Man, can I get rid of this? Oh right, you can't do that. You're harvesting a carrot. Alright, if I can get the 6 boots, then I can get another worker. And they'll sell all the cloaks and potions I'm getting from this. So this opens me up for another upgrade. Well, I also need to upgrade the portal. In fact, I want to do that next. I want to see if I can cheese this and beat this with like 3 level 2s and a level 3. It should say the suggested level on here, right? Yeah, it says level 2. I think we need to change that. Is there a difference in price for cell versus slime? The slime can actually give you more money. It goes up based on its hunger meter to the right. So it's saying it's 7 gold right now. But if we wait long enough, and I mean really long apparently, it'll go up to 8 gold. There it is. So now it's worth 8 gold. Normally that's only worth 6 gold. But the slime has its own set of upgrades, so it can critically eat things and give you even more money. Alright, I want to try going to the crypt. And we're going to send in these 3 characters. Whoops, wrong way. This, and this. All right, I think these characters are going to lose. And I hope they lose because you should have to level up a little bit more. But it all depends on which abilities they got. They're doing fine, but I was going to say, yeah, they haven't used their fire ability yet. It's going to talk about when you have the munchies. There is an idle component of this, which it can automatically eat food on its own. Yeah, they're losing this fight. They were pretty close, though. I bet if we did that another few times, it might actually win. The problem is we don't really have skill choices here. It costs too much money to unlock that stuff. I think we should make your second skill a little bit cheaper. Yeah, I think your second skill purchase should be cheaper than it is. Maybe even your first. No, the Witch Doctor would make them lose. Also, the Witch Doctor can't even afford a skill. It's so bad. It costs 75 gold. All right, let's try one more time. Yeah, we have no real choices here. And if we get more crops, then we can... Oh, wait, what am I doing? While we're letting this happen, let's go have the Witch Doctor fight in the forest. All right, no, this is over. This can't... They can't win. Wait, is it over? It's probably over. Oh, yeah, it's definitely over. All right, how much did we get them down to? Like a quarter? Maybe a little less? I kind of want to try one more time. Thanks, Rat. Balance using Anvil or something. This is why EJ should be in the stream more often. Oh man, this is okay. How about this? While we need some amount of potions to fuel the rest of our stuff that we have here. Just need the right circumstances. Yeah, I bet one more level up would do it, but it costs 50 sludge and we only have 28. So we need some potions so that we can plant some crops. I just turned that off. Yeah, turn that off. Oh, hey, you want a yellow potion. And there's me. I will tip. Let me buy something. Yes, 3 gold. I'll be fabulously wealthy with that money. What can we upgrade now? Customer speed. Shiny loot. Let's get that. And they want a cloak. Actually, we put these here first. There's your cloak. Okay, getting more customers is really important. Wow. Now let's get another customer. 75. We're definitely doing that. All right, we got enough. Yeah, now we have a new customer. I want this in here. Get our carrots. How much more do we need? We need 8 more carrots. It's too much. Oh, you know what else we can do? We can get that. How about this? Let's go get some boots. Can these 3 characters beat that? Probably not. But if I get rid of the archer and put the witch doctor in, they might be able to. Let's try that. Let's see how they do. Hey, Mystical Cell. Are they going to win? The witch doctor still doesn't even have a skill yet. I think they are going to win. It's going to be close. I'm not sure. If they are going to win, they're going to barely do it. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, they barely won. They're all just limping by. Ooh, okay, well, we got another boot. There we go. All right, I'll sell some of these. I'll sell this. I'll put this in the slime. Okay, if we win that battle 2 more times, we will get another worker. Oh, we need that to be the same. I need those blue potions to be there. All right, you know what? Time to get the Witch Doctor an ability. Zombie Legion. Whenever an enemy dies, summon a zombie. Okay, that'll take effect in the next battle. Which these characters are probably going to lose the current one. This is why skills are so important, but they cost money now. I think they're going to lose. Oh, it's so close. So close. There's 1 enemy left. Oh man, they won. But the Witch Doctor had like 1 HP left. Well, they shouldn't lose another battle now, because now the Witch Doctor has an ability. Wow, that was crazy. Which ability did they get? Zombie Legion. So whenever an enemy dies, they'll summon a zombie. That 1 extra zombie should help turn the tide of the battle. Yeah. Also, we're almost at the point. Oh, no, we can level up another one. All right, let's get the mage a level up. Let's get... Oh, we actually don't benefit by having another skill yet. Yeah, this battle's going much easier now. Yeah, cool. All right, we got another worker now. Check that out. Now our next quest. There are no more skeletons hanging out at your tavern. Everyone who is out adventuring must still be alive. We probably want to add one more quest in. Add another quest that takes stronger items. I have the backstories, so we can just plug it in very easily. Okay. Let's go try the dragon battle again. I'll just wait for these to finish up. They should win. Man, the witch doctor is strong. Okay. So now move you all over to here. Get rid of the witch doctor. Put the archer in. And just wait for them to get their life back. All right, here we go. Can we win it? All we've done is we leveled up the mage once. So is one level up enough for us to win? Lo and behold, the mage is the one getting targeted. They have a tiny bit more life, they have a tiny bit more power, and maybe they have like a tiny bit more damage reduction. But it's mostly the power that would make me think they could do slightly better. Ooh, the rogue died. All right, now it's over. I think they got them a little bit lower though. The DPS before was like 33.3. Yeah, now it's 39.6. But that's partially luck based. So we're kind of at a little bit of a crossroads here. We have a ton of money, but we can't do a lot with that money right now. I guess we can upgrade the farm. Let's clear out the rocks. In fact, actually clearing out the rocks should be cheaper than the well water one. Farm perks. So that you get them in that order. Yeah, that's already kind of how it's done. But I think this should probably cost 200. And then this should... Yeah, that should also cost 200. Are there any characters meant to be the tank? Yeah, there are two. Okay, so now we can plant even more of these. Oh man, what am I doing? I gotta go battle. Although unfortunately, the only thing we can really do now is try to increase our farming rate. And that just takes money. I guess we can increase the crop variety too. So we need some potions. There we go. So that we can refuel the farm. Yeah, there we go. Let's put this in here. So it plants a bunch of seeds, and now we can get peppers. Do they manage threat? No, there's some abilities that will let them tank, basically. So the warrior does have a taunt ability that makes the enemies focus on them. I need some blue potions. I want this customer to come get that one. And I want this to be here. The wrong customer is going to get it. No. Go away. All right, there we go. Nice. You tipped me 20 gold. All right, we got our peppers growing. So how much sludge do we need to level up again? Because I want to see if just getting up to 50 here would be good enough. Peppers are worth 3 food, too. That's pretty cool. All right. This is looking good. $500% tip, yeah. These some nice customers. Okay, we got enough. All right, let's level them up. And let's go have them battle at the crypt. Can they win? Who knows? I like that we have a lot of workers now. And one of these items will get absorbed by the slime. Yep. So now we're going to lose the others unless I manually put them in. Hey, dig it. And thanks. Yeah, things are going really well. We're finally playtesting. We're trying to see if I can beat the dragon, which so far I cannot. Oh, wait, no. They're going to win. As long as they don't get fireballed again. All right, we won. The dragon will be missed at the next Skeleton barbecue. And we got the dragon sword worth a ton of money. But we don't have a weapon shop, so let's get the weapon shop. Okay, I guess in the meantime, go back to there. All right, this thing's worth too much money for me to sell here. 252 gold to you, but 253 over there. Actually, this isn't too bad. Thanks to shiny loot. In fact, we can upgrade that again. Oh, wait, no, we don't have the money. We need the money. Don't come over here. If we build the vault, we can keep it from them. But it's not really worth it. Let's just have it sell. Yeah, fine. We're getting our crops. Nice. Some more of these in there. Yeah, that's feeling great. 252 gold. Next adventure is 400. Yeah, okay. Now we're going to need to change all the item values. Let's send all 4 of these adventures into this battle. I'm not sure if they can win. We need to unlock some skills too. Hey, Muzo. I'm a junior software major who wants to get into game dev, but I've been stuck with tutorials, how to get out of it, and truly start making projects I can be proud of. You know, I think of this sort of like memorizing something. Let's say there's I don't know, let's say there's a play that you want to act in, and you have a bunch of lines. At some point, you need to not look at the script, right? Otherwise, how do you know that you've memorized it? And the way you kind of do this is by, you know, you look at it at first, otherwise how do you know the lines? Then you try reading, you know, you try reciting 3 of them or something, or 4 of them. Every once in a while, you forget a word, you forget the line, and you go back and look at the script. I think it's kind of that way with tutorials. At first, you're learning, and unless you want to explore everything completely on your own, then yeah, it's fine to look at tutorials. But at some point, start asking yourself, how would I do this? And go explore and try it out. And if you get stuck, maybe look up some information again. But in general, try to solve the problems yourself. I think the problem with tutorials or with something like AI nowadays is that you can lean on it too much and not accomplish your goal that you might have, which in this case could be learning. If you're trying to just get a project done, then you can kind of lean on any resource you want, right? Hey, Camel. I do have a resource for you, though. I think that this is pretty good. So this is a list of games that you should try tackling if you want to get into game dev. The first one being Pong, the next one being Flappy Bird, and then so on and so forth until you get to like Mario Bros, Minecraft. You don't need to go through every single game on this list, but maybe try the first 3 or 4 and see what it's like to do those. I think the best thing about this style of making games is you do not have to focus on the game design, and you typically don't have to focus on the graphics. And if you're making your own game, you need to come up with a design, and it's just, if you're only trying to learn how to code, it's just not worth it to focus on making a new game at the same time. Yeah, so we have a ton of gold. A lot of things kind of opened up. The new buildings, now we have the enchanter, the fishing pond. Let's get the enchanter. They cost way more than the fishing pond does. Let's just get them both. I guess that's kind of the problem, right? You can unlock everything all at once. Maybe we should hold off on one of those things. The fishing pond wouldn't feel new enough, though, would it? I don't know. Let's also get some more customers in here. So we're at the 40-minute mark. We beat the dragon. We had to kind of scrape by, and it didn't feel like we had a lot of tools. So observations, pacing. It took me about 40 minutes to beat the dragon. I didn't feel like I had a lot of tools to beat the dragon. Each adventurer had 1 skill point and only 1 skill. And it only took me being level 3. Part of the reason for that is leveling up again takes just so much sludge. So now, at this point in the game, these values are all thrown off. It's just, it's easy to beat a location. I wonder if we need to lower the maximum number of adventurers per location again. I think we did that so that you could put in however many battlers you wanted. Wait, I mean, obviously that's a feature, but why did we do that? I guess so that regular battles wouldn't feel tough. But it makes you prioritize getting more adventurers and then throwing them all in the same location, which makes you feel like you're doing less in the rest of the game. Man, that next upgrade is gigantic. Yeah. Also, getting more workers is really important. Yeah. Are we getting potions from this? We probably are, but they're just so slow to fight. Yeah. I could level this up. I think I'd rather level up the rogue. Oh, hey, nice. I got a lot of potions now. I want this character who wants the potions to come buy them. Because they'll pay a lot of money. Nice. Quest is highlighted now. It shouldn't be. That's a bug. The quest button turns green even when you've finished all of the quests in the game. It should be hidden at that point. Oh, whoops. Alright, let's level up again. We got another skill point, so we can put it in a crit. And we have the fishing pond. Actually, we could go fishing. We need another adventurer, I feel. Yeah, let's get another adventurer first. Let's also get all these crops. Oh, right, we have tomatoes now. We're getting a lot more food, aren't we? Yeah, in fact, we just got back up to 50. That's not bad. We can level that up. How much is the next adventurer? 400? Oh, they tipped. Nice. Now we'll get some more crops over here. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool indeed. I gotta split off an adventure and battle one of these. You're a billionaire like the Minecraft guy and Terraria guy. Remember to buy me that Lambo? This is not the kind of game that makes people a billionaire. But I am having fun. It's nice to actually play the game that I've been working on so hard. And I like where things are going. And we have decent pacing up until the first boss. I think there are some things we can do to improve it. Oh, I can get the next adventurer. Okay, so let's get the paladin, and then I want to send them to. Oh, what did I want to do? Oh, I wanted to send them to the pond. I want them to battle the pond. Actually, let's edit this party. Let's take the rogue out of here and put the paladin in, and then let's put the rogue into the fishing pond. Yeah, I wonder if they're good enough to do this. Didn't Stardew Valley make the guy a millionaire? Becoming a millionaire from a game is very different from becoming a billionaire. Very few people have become billionaires from games. Like Notch did with Minecraft. I don't even... Like Terraria made an estimated 500 million. That's not even $1 billion. It's just... You need to sell a crazy amount of copies of a game to make $1 billion on a game. Alright, we got a fish. How much sludge does that give us? 146. We're rolling in it now. How much do we get every time you get a fish? It should probably tell you that at some point. I can't even totally tell. I don't know. Where do we even... Isn't there like a sludge per fish thing? Yeah, this needs to be written somewhere because I can't even find it in the code, let alone in the game. Yeah, okay, let's write that down. The pond needs to tell you how much sludge a fish is worth. It can maybe be in the perks. Oh, maybe it does have it in the perks. Is it there? No. Also, my pond is out of fish now. Hey, Karada. Would you say your Mac Studio can handle most indie games? Yeah, definitely. It's just not every indie game is going to be even on Mac. God, I love the harvesting. Someone know what editor I use? As an editor, I use VS Code. As an engine, I use Godot. And welcome in, Mordecai. Okay, so we're getting enough sludge to be able to level up again. I guess even the paladin can level up. Wonder if you even read the skills. If the first one you unlock is always the one you put your point into. Huh. Okay, what else can we upgrade here? Extract more eggs or glowy fish. Let's get that one. We don't have enough for that? 78. I need more workers. You know what we can do? We can upgrade... Oh, I forgot about item stacking that whole time. Yeah, I also forgot about this. Okay. Well, let's go fix some of that. Let's see. What do we need? We need restocking, so we need the workers to move faster. Yeah, and then I can manually harvest these. Let's turn this off. That way we're just not creating work for them. Am I drawing the game assets myself? No, I can't do that myself. Take a look at this command. I think it's Mordecai. Yeah, the game looks really good. I'm pretty happy with how it's turning out so far. All right, so we don't need this here. We do need the rogue to just help stock stuff, I guess. Although now it's not really a problem anymore since I'm fighting over here. I guess let's edit and go back to the jungle, maybe. Or split them into two parties. Now we have too many items. How much food do we have? 102. I feel like the farm should probably, or the UI should render your sludge somewhere in it. Yeah, I'll write that down. Probably render how much sludge you have at all times. Does it say what it does? No. It should probably tell you what it does. Probably tell you what wisdom sludge even is. All right, how much to hire the next adventurer? 600. 600? Well, I made of money. All right, so buildings-wise, we can't get anything else. We unlocked them all pretty quickly. Well, we can get the vault, but that doesn't matter. Is the rogue even battling? They're not. Can they beat the volcano? They probably can at this point. They're probably overpowered. Yeah, oh my god. This is crazy. They do too much damage. Although they are about to die. Huh. It's actually kind of balanced. Yeah. Now we need some more spaces up here. We don't have enough mana to cast another spell, do we? No, we're super far away from that. And we can't even... Well, we can upgrade that, I guess. Now do we have enough mana? Not quite. This game is going to be huge. I mean, I hope so, but... I think it's going to be hard to convince people who don't know they like this genre to try this game. But, like I said, I'm happy with how this is shaping up. We're getting fish back in our fishing pond. Yeah, I guess the issue... Okay, so, general thoughts. Pacing does need to be adjusted. And we gotta tweak some costs of things, tweak the powers of things. But even with the farm and the fishing pond, I feel like we've added maybe another hour of gameplay. And it took us 2 months. Yeah. Because unlocking all of these things isn't going to take me so much longer. I mean, maybe another hour or 2 hours or something like that. And we could probably, if we just focus on getting money now, we could probably speed that up quite a lot. Turn that off. I want them to get all these crops, which they will eventually, but they need to not have another task that they can do. So I guess let's leave this battle, and the rogue can help out. We're getting mana back fast enough, that's pretty nice. I could actually speed up workers through this as well. Yeah. Look at them harvest. I'll help them out. We'll turn this back on. And now we need to go battle the pond again. Get some more fish. Another overpowered rogue. How much to level them up? 250? Honestly, this curve is kind of working. Yeah. For just having made up numbers there. It's not too bad. Yeah, so I think what we need to do is we need to make it so that these new areas don't give you nearly as much money when you beat them. Especially because you can send everyone in at once. Did that cancel? Oh god, that did not cancel the fishing battle. Uh-oh. Why didn't it? And what are my workers doing? Did we get a fish? I need to test this. But we gotta write that down for sure. We're not even getting potions from this, so I can't test it. Alright, flee. And go somewhere you can get potions. Here, I guess. They should win that fight super fast. They're actually not that powerful. But they won. I put this down here. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is a problem. I entered a battle. I had my rogue fighting at the fishing pond and then edited my other party to include the rogue. The rogue ended up at both places at once. This was possible even before the fishing pond was in the game. So it's not pond specific. Well, the repro condition shouldn't be too bad to figure out for that. And we just fixed one of those earlier today. Okay, so I want this to be off. And I wanted to see what happens when we fight in the newest area. Let's just exit out of that. Interesting. Now they can't start a fight at all. Probably because I left this battle. Okay, can we close this? Is this totally broken? I don't see the rogue. Yeah, I think the rogue disappeared. Uh-oh. What if I try to put them into the forest? Oh, there they were. They were hidden behind a cloak. How fitting. Alright. Send them all to here. Yeah, there we go. Can they beat this? Because I think we need to make this instance more difficult. Yeah, like there's no real danger. Then again, I'm fighting with so many adventurers. I think, yeah, okay, never mind. I changed my mind. I think we need to tone down the number of adventurers you can use. We probably should cap it at like 4 per instance. And see what that does for us. Because just being able to hire more adventurers and kind of stomp your way through this doesn't seem like it's good design. Let's turn this off for a sec so they can stock up items and turn this back on. Can I afford another level up? I can. I have another skill point too now. Nice. And I have enough to level up this character too. All right. Now they've used all those items, let's go start another battle. Yeah, I think we need to cap how many adventurers you have. We should cap how many adventurers you can send to each instance to probably be 4 in total, not 6. It just doesn't feel right that you can hire new adventurers and stomp new instances. Plus, having fewer means you have more choices to make. Actually, I guess it doesn't technically mean that you have more choices, but it will make you make different choices. It will make different choices with the remaining adventurers. It might mean that you only invest in a certain party, which is probably fun, to be honest. Like, I'm leveling up my rogue to 6, but my paladin's still level... Well, 3 of them are level 3. But yeah, if you could only have 4 in a party at the same time, you might decide that you've got your kind of strong party, and even though this one only costs 100, you still end up opting for the 300 cost one. I think that can work. Yeah, and then you could... Yeah, I like that idea. Okay. Okay, so it's been an hour of just this playthrough, and I think it's been good. I think we have a lot of little things we got to do now. So let's clean some things up and then maybe tackle these things again. We need to update the required level. We need to update the recommended level of each location. Could scale number of adventures allowed over time? You mean like have later instances allow for more? We could do that, yeah. We could have like the final boss be a raid, basically, that takes in like all of your adventurers. I really like the farm. I think the farm was an amazing addition to the game. I think it's great. I like the idea of sludge increasing your level ups. I think that all works great. The pond, the problem right now is that you can send all of your adventurers to one location. So I have fewer that I can use to send over to the pond to battle. Like I can do this and I can go empty out the pond this way. So now they're fighting these fish. They're going to collect them. The fish go into the slime. The slime gives me sludge. Oh, in fact, the slime should probably tell you how much food it's giving you for that. Slime should tell you... Yeah. Where's that? Where did I write this down? Nah, here it is. Okay, this slime should have loading text with like +X sludge every time you feed it. What about a perk? You can increase your ability as a player to add more adventurers to the party. I'd want to be careful about that because it might not seem all that appealing to players at first, and then when they unlock it, they'll be in the same position that we're in now. Like, I'm not sure we want to even give players this ability. Okay, now before I forget, well, this is what I want to focus on when I get back from my break, at least. Okay, but yeah, this was super cool. Now, like I said, this is 1 hour of progress. We got a lot of upgrades and stuff. And I think we need to tone down how much money you get from the newest locations. Probably tone down how much money you get from the newest locations. Maybe they should be hard enough that you have to level up a bit. You have to play the game specifically to get it. But still, what does it do once you have it? I think it just makes the gameplay worse. So I don't think it should be in the game whether it's an unlock or not. And I think there are other ways, if just having a large party is appealing to players, there are probably other ways we could accommodate that. But it's something I want to keep an eye on. I just don't think it's working right now. Anyway, I'm going to take a break. And when we get back, we will start tackling some of these things we came up with in playtesting. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Okay, feel free to type join in Twitch chat and you can play. I'll be back in just a little bit. A again, close the game. Okay, by the way, I forgot to mention this, but anyone who enjoyed seeing the playthrough of Skeleseller so far, you can wishlist the game on Steam. And on April 18th, actually, I guess this won't notify you, but on April 18th, I'll have hopefully the next demo up because the demo that's on there now does not have fishing and farming and item stacking. All right, so I had my rogue fighting at the fishing pond, then edited my party to include the rogue. So let's see if we can repro this. Yeah. Turn this off. Load. All right, so rogue was at the pond. Start battle. And these other characters were just somewhere. It doesn't really probably matter where. I wonder if it needed to be a place where there was a regeneration timer. I wonder if regeneration messed up everything. Muzo, thanks for wishlisting. I appreciate it. Okay, so I want these characters to take enough damage. And then I want to edit their party to include the rogue. All right, that's good enough. Edit, rogue, start. Okay, I think that's the issue. I think it has to do with regenerating. I bet if I flee and I edit the rogue out and start a battle, and then flee and edit the rogue back in, but they're all at full life now, I bet it'll work correctly. It still doesn't actually. Okay, well, maybe it doesn't work correctly because of the first time. Let me try that out again. But yeah, it's a pretty easy repro at least. We're going to load this. We're going to put the rogue into the fishing pond. We're going to start these other characters somewhere else. We're going to make them win. And they're at full life. So now we edit the party to include the rogue and hit start. No, it just doesn't work. Well. It's specifically because of editing, by the way. If I started a new battle, yeah, that wouldn't. Okay, so the repro is easy. Well, the repro is exactly what I typed, I guess. It's just a problem with editing the party. Right. Let's go try that. Rogue in fishing pond, start. I guess get rid of that. All right, so rogue's there. Now we try putting the rogue somewhere else with another party, and it should get rid of the fishing pond. Yeah, it does. Yeah, so it's just a problem with editing the party. I think I know what's causing this. Fixing it might be difficult. Well, let's go take a look. Turn on the keyboard camera again. All right, let's think about this. So we close all slots containing adventurer. We have this when you start a battle, but we don't have it when you edit a battle, I guess. Is this not being called? We do this. Start you there. This gets called. Then it should get called again when it, oh. Why did that happen? Oh, because that gets called twice, actually. Interesting. And then we start a battle over here. So this gets called once. It's going to get called again. Just have to wait. There we go. Then we turn off these two things. Edit, include the rogue. And that doesn't get called, or it does? It does get called. Adventurers. There are two of these as well. Huh. So who are you? Debug print info adventurer. Name ECS doesn't exist. Oh man. There's no way to get this then, is there? Maybe there is if I look for components. I don't think that exists. I think it'd be get children, and then one of these is the components node. It's yeah, there it is. Components. Here we go. Adventure archer. Okay, so this one's the archer. So I don't care about the archer. We can just skip this one. But the rogue is this, and can start battle should be false. It is false. Instance slot ID. Oh, these are equal though. What? Oh. Oh. Okay. I think I know what we have to do. We have to call this code as soon as you edit a party. Because then the slots would be different. Yeah. I think that's it. I think that's it. Let me take a look at this before we do something. So I'm going to write to do call this code when we edit a party. But before we take a look at that, there's some like this thing here. Yeah. Walk to portal to start battle. So do we know that you edited a party somewhere? Battle panel? Battle panel would only know because of how it gets started. It would know that you have an instance slot ID set. So as soon as you hit start battle is when it would know. This. So it's this thing right here. Walk to portal to start battle. Why is this its own function? Sure, fine. Yeah, and the edit's here. Okay, so where's the code I wanted? So this is where the code needs to be. To do, we need to eject, we need to close windows with the new adventurers, or with the edited adventurers, I guess. So we have two to do things serving as markers in our code now. This is one of them. This is create or get instance slot. Where is that called? Not here at all. Okay, so we just need to call it from here. So let's just make a function, private void, close all slots containing adventurers. But like remove, it's not remove them from battle. Yeah, it's like close slots containing adventurers in battle. Yeah, it's not that though. It's this that I want. And is that a read-only list? It is, yeah, so that's fine. All right, then instance slot to use. Do we care about this? We do. We do care about this because we don't want to close a window we're just about to use. Instance slot to use. Okay, so now we just call this from here. Close, blah, blah, blah. Yep, there. Is that not what it's called? No, it's not called that. And then move this down to the bottom, I guess. And then call this as well from the other to-do item, huh? Okay, let's try that out. Do you create your own graphical design for your game? No, I don't. I'm just very bad at any sort of visual design stuff. Okay, so we put the rogue into this battle, just like we did before. I don't care about this. So they're in the fight. Now we start a new battle. We edit this to include the rogue, and it should close this window with the rogue in it. Yeah, perfect. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, now what happens if we edit this to be the exact same party and hit start? Yeah, it looks like it's fine. And what happens if we edit it to include, let's say, the paladin? Yeah, it's looking good. Cool. Whew, that was rough. And I'm glad we found that. Because I knew this was a bug, but I hadn't looked into it yet. In fact, now we can mark that off the other list that we had. I think Mr. D. Boyd played the game. Yeah. Cool. All right, let's check this in. It's this code that I want. This. this. Well, that comment should probably go to the top of that method now, right? Yeah, now I can't write this here. Yeah. Currently learning game dev from the bottom, and I'm also very bad at graphical design. Do you recommend just using placeholder assets in the beginning? I think there are a few high-level routes that you have here. Option one is use asset packs, and use or buy. Some are free, and some are at least cheap. Like Super Retro World, which is all of the graphics that I'm using for the tiles in this game, at least originally, was like $50 for the whole bundle. This is nothing compared to hiring an artist to do all that stuff for you, but this is typically insufficient. So yes, you can buy asset packs for a top-down shooter, for a tank game, for whatever, but it's probably not gonna have all the graphics you need. So you're gonna probably need to lean on one of these other options at some point. Option two is learn this stuff for yourself. Option three is get someone else involved. And option four is just ignore this, use placeholder garbage. This will only get you so far, right? Like option four isn't a long-term thing. But yeah, those are your pretty much your high-level routes you have for this. So I myself am going with a combination of this one and this one. So 1 and 3. I'd like to learn this for myself, but that's going to take time. And even if I were an expert at making art, it still takes time to make the art. So like how much time goes into making a feature right now? It's the design, it's the code, and then I pass off the art to somebody else. Option 5 would AI work. I kind of consider that to be like get someone else involved, get someone else or an AI. However, I don't think an AI is going to produce consistent artwork. And especially for games where you have animations, it'll probably look weird even in between frames of an animation. But that'll get better over time. Also high developing. But yeah, if you look at itch, hang on one sec. Excuse me. If you look at asset packs on here, so if I just click any one of these, like this one, these are blocks for what looked like kind of a more cartoonish Minecraft game. It's like, look, these all exist. You can just use these. And how much does this cost? Oh, this is a name your own price kind of thing. Except for they usually have, yeah, if you pay at least $5, you get 16 extra assets. So yeah, you can just download whatever their free pack is, and they link to a bunch of other things that are in the same style. The reason I said this is insufficient is because look at this. We've got a knight, a barbarian, a rogue, a mage, an engineer, and a druid. That's what, 6 classes? Now imagine you want an archer. Well, too bad. You didn't have the art skills, and that's what made you get this in the first place. So go figure it out yourself. Or you want to add in some like ninja class or something like that. Like, yeah, again, too bad. So I think asset packs are good at getting started. They're much better placeholder art than what the person getting the pack can probably do themselves. But yeah, at some point, you're probably going to need an artist to fill in the other stuff. And by the way, once you do get an artist to fill in the other stuff, you got to match the style of the original thing. So for Skeleseller, Quickie Joe has been doing a lot of extra artwork like this. You wouldn't know this wasn't part of the asset pack. I think he's done such a good job at matching what's already there that it just looks like it belongs. So in my mind, the only art that stands out as being different is our UI stuff. Like our UI has a couple of different styles within it. But beyond that, no individual graphic looks like it doesn't belong. I think you'd expect the farmer to have just been part of the asset pack to begin with, which is great. Great, great, great. All right, I just want to make a tiny change to this before we check in, and that's to put this up here. So this closes any instance slots containing the given adventurers as long as they're in battle in a different slot. Since if they're in battle in the specified slot, then the slot can just be reused. Yeah. That way we can delete this from here. and then just check this in. Big Spug with adventures in multiple battles. The repro was easy. Start battle with adventurer X. Start separate battle with adventurer Y. Let Y's battle finish. Edit Y's party to include X. At that point, X would be in 2 battles. Yeah. Hey, Crows. When can I play the game? April 18th is the next time. By the way, Crows, check your Discord DMs. At least I think your Discord DMs. I sent you a message there, I think. And if I didn't, then you should send me a message because I'm pretty sure I meant to. But I think I did. But yeah, April 18th is what I'm aiming for. Today is, I already wrote this down the other time. I already forgot what it is. Today is the 28th. Yeah, so that gives us exactly 3 weeks. Is that correct? Does March have 31 days? Let me open my calendar. Yeah, March has 31 days. Okay, so yeah, that gives us 3 weeks. 3 weeks might actually be a little bit more than enough time, but I'm gonna say April 18th is our like conservative estimate. If we can get it April 11th, then great. But if we don't, then that's not so bad. After your birthday, can it be April 13th? No, I like launching on a Friday. Hey, Chris. When is the April 1st prep stream? There's not going to be a prep stream, and I'm not even sure I'm going to stream on April 1st. I already kind of mentioned this, but this year's thing is just going to be, it's not live. That doesn't mean I can't be live that year, but I don't really have any activity planned. So I might just not stream on April 1st and just share something over Discord with people. As a go-to DevOps person in my job, I want to cry about that statement. Yeah, I know. The thing is, launching on any given day of the week doesn't really matter if everyone's willing to work on the weekend anyway. And I'm not saying that I expect people to work on the weekend. I'm just saying that if there are any bugs, then I don't mind just on Saturday checking something in. Because it's not like there's something special about Saturday in terms of DevOps. It's just the day that people don't tend to work. Now, that could be a problem if you're involving another company and they're not working. But yeah, that's not the case here. Okay, so this is done. This bug is pretty minor. I'm not going to fix this right now. I'll just put this down here. Like stuff we should probably do, but that is not pressing. Next, we should probably tone down how much money you get from the newest locations. Maybe they should be hard enough that you have to level up a bit. All right, how about we start with this one? We should cap how many adventurers you can send to each instance. So I think we have this hard-coded, or well, a constant somewhere. Yeah, default maximum adventurers. Let's set to 4. This is a pretty big change. This cannot have an effect before the dragon because you can only get 4 adventurers before the dragon anyway. So none of that stuff's going to change. But then after the dragon, your max party would still be 4. I think this is reasonable. Yeah, I think I'm going to check just that in. Let's try it out at least. Cap max adventurers per party to 4. It used to be 6. You could only get 4, or you can only get 4 adventurers up until the dragon anyway. So this won't change anything until after the dragon. I just don't think we should let players stomp instances by sending more and more adventurers. Yeah. Okay, cool, Crows. Yeah. I'm glad. All right, so we've revamped how much some of these things cost. I guess let's go check those things in. We just don't want to check in whatever's in town right now. Yeah. But everything else we want to check in. So that, and that. So these are just cost changes, right? Yeah. Adjust cost of some perks. All right, what else is written here? Probably tone down how much money you get from the newest locations. Let's go take a look at that. All instance data. Hang on one sec. Okay, somewhere here we have some debug function that prints out the value of every location. I don't know where that is. Here it is. Debug print expected average drop stats. If you want to find out how balanced instance drops are, call that at startup. Okay. Let's put that there. Now let's see what it is. 1S equals 1H. I don't know what you're talking about. As in, I don't know what this means. What does this mean? Are there any new VS Code tips shorts? It depends on when you last looked. I put one up on Tuesday. I'll link to this. Yeah, the newest one was about quick search. We'll write on Discord. Oh, a session. Yes. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, sorry. By the way, what, man, I'm trying to be secretive here. What prompted me to DM you, you typed into chat to begin with, so I'm assuming that's not private, but I'm still not talking about it just in case. But feel free to just, like, if you have any quick questions, feel free to ask them here if you want to. It's not private from my end. Okay, so here's what printed out. Let's copy this whole thing. So what this is showing is the average. Wait, is the average value? Maybe it's the average drop stats. Yeah, it's the average value. I should probably have that say average value. Average value. Okay, it's the average value of items you find in each of these locations. So the forest has an average value of 6. The canyon is a boss place, so that doesn't matter. The crypt is a boss place, that doesn't matter. So this is before the first boss. This is before the second boss. And this is after the second boss. We don't have a third boss yet. So my issue is I think we jump up too drastically. This gives you 49 gold worth of stuff, and then we go up to 93. That's too big a jump. I think we should go up to, like, I don't know, 60 or 70. Also, it might look like this is a really drastic jump too, because we're roughly doubling it, but I think the battles take a lot longer as well. Can we, like, how do we test that? Let's do this. I'm gonna create a party of level, let's say, like, level 2 adventurers. So we're gonna unlock all adventurers. We're gonna go into here, and you should have probably 3 adventurers. So we'll make you level 2 and you level 2, and actually let's just make everyone level 2. That way I don't need to do anything different. All right, so there's that. Then we're gonna unlock all of their skills, which a player would not be able to do. And then we're gonna fill in some of these. So, like, crit for you, and that for you, and that for you. I'm not looking at these because I don't care. The whole point is that I'm just gonna randomly pick one. Okay, cool. So we randomly picked all the skills. Now we're gonna go see how long does it take for a party to, oh wait, we can't do this. Hang on. I gotta fake beat this character. Okay, good. So now we have the volcano. And I'll also get that location. So all I want to do is compare these two. Let's pick any party. Let's take the rogue, any party. It's got to be one you can actually unlock. So let's take rogue, witch doctor, and archer, and we'll start a battle. And we're going to run a couple of these. I know we have the balance simulator for this. Where are the battle stats? Save. Okay, so that took 13 seconds. I'm going to approximate here. I know it says 12 and a half. Actually, I guess we could just remember that. So 12 and a half, 10.7, 12.5 plus 10.7, and the last one is 10.9. Okay, so this divided by 3 is roughly 11 seconds. Now, how long does it take those same party members to beat this location? It was who? Rogue, witch doctor, archer? Rogue, witch doctor, archer. And can they even beat it? Barely. and it took 27.7 seconds. And then 27.1. And then 24.7. All right, so we add these things up. Divide by 3. So yeah, it's more than double the time to get slightly more than double the gold. How many battles do you think the finished game will have? If you mean locations, I'm not totally sure yet. But number of adventurers will probably be about in the 10 to 15 range, I would guess. So, okay, this confirms what I kind of suspected here. Let's level up our adventurers one more time and see how much of an impact that has. It should have an impact, but it'll hopefully be not too crazy. Who are we using again? Rogue, Witch Doctor, Archer. Rogue, Witch Doctor, and Archer. Okay, so they've all been leveled up. Now it took an average of, this is at level 2, Jungle. This is over 3 trials. At level 3, it's 19.5, 20.3, 19.9. Wow, that drastically cut the amount of time it took for the battle. I think this is fine. Yeah, I think this is fine. All right. So yeah, this, I think I want to have this be maybe like 70 gold. That'd be a 40% increase. Maybe 60. I don't know. Let's just go take a look. All instance data. So it's the waterways. Waterways give you 1 to 2 demon helmets, 0 to 5 life potions, 1 to 3 bows. You'll be able to unlock the fishing pond, so I think giving you that number of potions is probably good. Cutting down the number of bows you get might be interesting. Maybe reducing the number of demon helmets. Let's try that. What was the original value? 92.5. Our goal is going to be about like, let's say like 60 to 65. So what are we at now? We could just compute this without needing to run it through this calculation, but I don't feel like doing that. So we're going to run it through this. All right, now it's at 77. So we need to lower it a little bit more. I guess cut down the number of potions you can find. We're going to add in rare items at some point. Rare items are going to throw off all these equations. Also, there's tipping in the game. Now what's it at? 61.5. That's probably perfect. Let's stick with that. So now that one's 61.5. The next one is at 204. Also, the canyon gave you something worth 100 gold. Maybe the crypt should give you something worth 150. All item data. Rage Blade. 150. Let's make it 160. Let's be a little bit generous. We'll just cut it down by 80. All right, so next location, Forest 2, is giving a lot of items. None of this was supposed to be balanced, and I even wrote in the game that it's not balanced. But let's have them go from 1 to 4. Just by doing that, now instead of the average being 4, the average is going to be 2.5. So 2.5 divided by 4 times 204. So we've lowered the amount to 128. We should probably lower it a little bit further, though. Also, it's all giving you the same items, right? Not exactly, but close. Maybe let's make this 1 to 2. Let's make this 1 to 3, and this 1 to 2. How many places give you big life potions? Like everything? I don't want that. I think I want them to start giving you big mana potions, maybe. And maybe not the demon helmets. What does that end up being? Let's try that. I didn't even write what the goal is here. I don't know what the goal is. Like 100? Balanced by gut feeling. Well, it's set to 60, so that sucks. How much is a mana potion worth? It's worth 16, and a life potion is worth 15. You just make the mana potions worth a little bit more, right? 18. What about the demon helmet? Demon helmet. It's worth 18. What's the previous item worth that's an armor? Demon helmet. Last thing that you can get is the hooded cloak. No, boots. What are boots worth? Boots are worth 10. Maybe the demon helmet should be 16. That's going to change the average of the last instance, though. All right, let's try that. As long as it's in the 60 to 65-ish range, I think we should be okay. I got to be careful, though. If these don't rise by enough, then you're just going to keep doing the old locations that you had access to, and you won't touch the new content. Well, new content, new locations. So, like, you won't go here if you're getting, let's say, 40 gold per minute, when here you get 80 gold per minute. It doesn't matter if the items are worth more from here. And another way we could do this is just make these battles much, much harder. In fact, that's probably the route we should have gone. I'll have to think about that still. But if they are much harder, then that means that you would just always send in 4 party members, but you can start to get more. Maybe that's what we focus on for that part of the game, is you building out your party. Yeah. So these are probably pretty disappointing numbers now. So let's bump up these numbers a bit. Let's have that be 2. Let's have that be like that. And then the forest can give you... Actually, you're going to start to get item stacking as well. And that's another route we could take. We could have this start dumping lots of items on you, but that aren't maybe worth as much. Is this late game progression? This is like after the first hour. So I'm expecting the game to probably have like 5 to 10 hours of gameplay. So this is still kind of early-ish game. I had a bunch of ideas that I just said. I'm not sure what's best. But yeah, I think it's make these enemies tougher. So waterways phase. Make enemies tougher and drop way more items. Problem with dropping more items, though, is that they're also going to be more valuable. So it's not just that you're getting more items, it's also that their value is higher. Like, I want you to have to push yourself to the limit for handling these items. Maybe it's a slightly slower ramp up to that. Recommended level should probably be 4 for this and 5 for this. 6 for this. The jungle is fine. This should at least be 3. But maybe 4. I'll say 4. If you drop lower value, but a ton of them. Yeah, so I think what we do is we beef up these enemies a little bit and beef up these numbers as well. Where's the first place you get a demon helmet? Here. Okay, so yeah, what if we change that so that instead of being 16, it's like 13, but you get a lot of them. So it's somewhere in the range of 1 to 4. So if you drop 4 of an item and you can stack up to 2 at that time, then you're dropping 2 stacks. So at most here, if you can stack up to 2, you'd be dropping 6 stacks of stuff. And the previous locations could have max dropped 6. So we're technically not changing a lot. We're basically just saying you should have item stacking at this point in the game. Yeah, I think that's an interesting way of kind of nudging you in that direction. So that means that once you start getting these kinds of potions, we have it go up to like 1 to 8 of these. And yeah, canes go from like 1 to 6. And then the Inferno is currently the final place, but like that's not going to be the case forever. I just want to balance at least these 2 things. So waterways and forests. All right, let's try running this. Let's see what the values are. And then we need to make them harder. Okay, so average value went up to 100. That's probably good. And then up to 144. That's probably good as well. All right, now for the difficulty. All right, how do we test that? Should probably use a battle simulator for that. I want to make it so the level 3 characters typically can't beat this. You know what we should maybe do is have a function that generates a random party of level X and then tells you how many of those parties win in a battle at a particular location. Would that even help, though? I don't know if that would help. Might need to do that. All right, let's spin up the battle simulator. Is simulating true? All right, so set power levels. What is that number? Adventure level. Okay, let's set you to level 3. And I want to fight in the waterways. And I want to fight with, I guess, the classic. Actually, who cares about the classic here? let's just pick some different characters. Adventure class dot witch doctor. Now let's pass in the archer. All right, skill loadouts. We're assuming you're level 3, so you can only have one skill. So we just randomly pick a skill here. Whatever, Ice Blast is fine, sure. All right, Rogue, let's give you crit. Witch Doctor, let's give you Zombie Legion. And what's the last one? Archer. Archer, let's give you triple split. All right, get to it. Go battle. Let's try this out. So what this does, if this is even working, it will spawn 100 battles and play them out invisibly and then report on the stats. Did it work? Yeah. All right, we won every single one of them. That seems unlikely. Yeah, that seems unlikely. Adventure DPS average was 15. Party DPS was 59. Remaining party health, we only got down to 36% life. How is that possible? Because of the witch doctor, probably? What if we took out the witch doctor and put in the warrior? Then I bet they'll die. Hey, Bogdy. All right, let's get shields up. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure if the witch doctor is just overpowered. It's entirely possible. They still won 100 battles. I'm guessing the warrior mostly died. Yeah, average percent life remaining is 8%. That's because the warrior is a tank. They can redirect enemy attacks to them. So it makes sense that they'd be the ones to die first. All right, so what this is saying is that a level 3 party is pretty much always winning. We could probably come up with a party that wouldn't win if they're level 3. But I want them to be able to win. I want them to have to be level 4 to win. So now we got to start tweaking some of these enemies. So does the worm show up anywhere else? Yes. Does the blue grim show up anywhere else? No. Okay, so we can modify both of those enemies. All enemy data. Worm and the blue grim. So it says 400 life and does 23 damage. Do we want to increase life or damage? Probably a little of both. Yeah, let's make them do 27 damage and have 450 life. And then the blue grim is going to get similar treatment here. It'll do 23 damage and have 375. All right, let's run that. So now I'm hoping that the win rate plummets. It's okay if it's greater than 0, but I'm hoping it's kind of close to 0. Win rate went down by 2%. There's another problem here, though, which is that we could also approach this by tweaking adventurer stats when you level up. But let's just keep bumping these stats up then, huh? Worms are going to start hitting hard. 32. How long does it take them to win these fights? Battle duration takes an average of 38 seconds. Okay, that I don't think I like. But we are going to level up the adventurers again, so maybe that's okay. And then the Grims can do... How many of them are there? 2? If there are only 2, let's have them do a lot of damage. Let's have them do 40. Yeah, like I said, this is balancing work. This is like we have some idea of what level we want you to be. So we need to make sure that you are roughly that level before you're winning. And yeah, it's a lot of just tweaking numbers and seeing what it looks like. So now they do 100 battles and... now their win rate is 15%. That's exactly what we want. Now what happens if we put in the Witch Doctor? I bet their win rate goes up. But by how much? Because I still don't want it to be too high. It's too bad this takes so long. Problem is we're actually like rendering a bunch of stuff. We gotta turn all that stuff off. Wow, their win rate went up by a lot. This suggests that either the warrior is bad or the witch doctor is too good. So here's what we could do. With rogue, archer, mage, witch doctor, the win rate is 51%. With the warrior, it was 15%. So what happens if we try a party like... we take out the archer, I guess? Yeah, what happens if we take out the archer? So we put you in for the warrior. We give you a thing here. And delete that. Yeah, this idea of like, what is a random party going to do is probably not super interesting because you are going to customize your party when you realize that things aren't going well. So win rate is 38%. This does suggest that the witch doctor is overpowered. Oh, whoops, this is written incorrectly, right? Did I accidentally? I might have deleted something. Can we just tone down the witch doctor somehow? We could reduce their life, which would also reduce zombies' life. Summon zombie has some thing here. Yeah, percent health of summoner. Okay, there are a couple ways we could go about this. But I think it's the survivability of the zombies that's making this so powerful. So let's go back to our 51% win rate thing. So I'll just Command Z a bunch of times until we end up with our original party. There. So this is the one that had a 51% win rate. I'm going to run it one more time so we get another sample. It's really 100 samples. So the win rate is, you know, close enough to probably some like average. Unless there's a ton of variance. And what we could do is we could either lower witch doctor's life, lower zombies' life, lower zombie damage. or change zombie decay rate. Yeah, win rate went up to 60%. So it's actually an average of what, 55.5% win rate over 200 trials. All right. And if we want that to be in line with this party a little bit more, let's make it so that the summons have just 20% life instead of 25. So if the Witch Doctor has 100 life, now the zombies are going to have 20. So previously they would have had 25. So it's a 20% reduction, which should be significant. But who knows? It's been a while. Hey, Caleb. Welcome back. Thank you for the 17 months. I'm doing really well. We're finally testing everything out. And, oh, whoops. And it's looking good. That hardly had an impact. What's new with you? Yeah, that hardly had an impact. We went down by like a 6% win rate. I'm kind of surprised about that. I try to be organized. Thanks, Bogdy. Hey, Silas. It can't be that skeletons are doing too much damage, right? I don't think the skeleton damage matters at all. In fact, if we just set this to 0 damage, would that change their win rate? I think okay, here's the problem. The Witch Doctor summons zombies every so often, and those zombies can take hits for your party. So it's basically like shielding your party while also doing damage. And the idea is cool. I mean, that's what a summoner typically does. But in practice, it ends up being very, very powerful. So we've now cut out all the damage that the zombies do. And yeah, the win rate plummeted, which suggests that the zombies are doing too much damage, but it also suggests that they're absorbing too much maybe. But if you think of the Witch Doctor as a healer, even though they're not, but by producing extra enemies to be targeted, they're kind of like healing your party. Then it's not like this is an offensive strategy or something like that. It's just that it's too powerful. So yeah, maybe we tone down the damage that they do. And maybe we tone down their life. Let's try the other way around. So now let's make it so that they have way, way less life. Yeah, damage not taken is essentially healing, yeah. Been on holiday a couple times, released a beta for a new product at work, moved apartments, generally having a good time. Sounds like it. Man, that's awesome. You accepted my PR. Okay, so both of these, either lowering their life or lowering their damage, makes the Witch Doctor worse, which makes sense. I mean, the Witch Doctor on their own does literally nothing. They just summon zombies, and the zombies do everything. So if the zombies have no life or they have no damage, then the Witch Doctor is doing nothing. So yeah, we should just tone both of these down probably. Toning down their life to next to nothing is already kind of interesting, but I think that makes them really bad. But yeah, maybe we lower this to 15% and maybe we lower this to 85%. Does it say on the Witch Doctor that that's how that works? Summons a zombie whose health is constantly being drained. Zombies have the same stats as you do, but they only have 5% of your health. Okay, well, not anymore. Now it's going to be zombies have 5% of your health or whatever it is and X% of your power. Yeah. Zombies have... I guess they have the same fortitude that you do. Zombies only have this much of your health and that much of your power. Yeah, that should work. Okay, let's try running this. Started chuckling at your contribution. My colleagues were curious and I didn't explain. By the way, I would do that even if I didn't know you. If I saw that in a repo, because it's like, I think readmes are people's intro to a product, and it is a professionalism thing. I wasn't trying to be a jerk, and I'm glad you didn't take it that way. But yeah, I think that's something that can tint people's expectations. Okay, we've lowered the win rate now down to 31%. I don't know what this is going to do for the rest of the game. So post Witch Doctor nerf, 31% win rate with these 4 characters. That's still pretty high, but that's probably more in line with what we would expect. In fact, you know what we could try? We could try getting rid of the Witch Doctor and putting in another DPS class. We don't even have another DPS class. Never mind. All right, well, let's put in the Cleric, I guess. Let's give them regeneration. I think this will do even worse. But if we were concerned about the healing, this kind of heals people. So let's try that out. Hey, Rambling. Is what we came here for? I guess so. How long is this taking to simulate? I wasn't looking at that. It feels like it's a long time. I'm guessing it's like 10 to 15 seconds. Where does it say? Simulation time is 8 seconds. That's actually not too bad. 116 battles. Yeah, so that is pretty much the same as if you had the warrior. These both could be bad classes. I don't know. It is very, very hard to tell. But let's just say whatever. And now let's set them to level 4. And we should see their win rates increase to like 100%. So now they can have 2 skill points. So we give this one Ice Blast and let's say Inspiration. We give this one Quick Strike and let's say Precision. We give this one Regenerate and what else can you do? Blessing of Haste, Open Mind. And the Archer, I don't know, Wild Shot, Pierce Armor. All right, so now level 4. Now how do they do? Skeleseller. All right, well, I'm glad. Oh yeah, we can also take a look at the tooltip on the Witch Doctor while we're waiting. Summon zombie. Summons a zombie whose health is constantly being drained. Zombies have only 15% of your health and 85% of your power. Yeah, cool. That looks good. All right, 100% win rate. Nice. Yeah, I do think we should write a random party simulator. Something that just comes up with a configuration based on some like broad parameters. Didn't bother with the inheritance, yeah. All right, so we tweaked some of this. Let's go make a new function now. This is going to be pretty intense, I think. Public static void queue random party. Oh no, it's got to be every random party, right? Drat, how do we do that? Because every time we process the queue, we run this with 100 different instances, right? Let's just queue it with one random party and do it 100 times. Yeah, I think that's fine. Okay, so we want their level, which I'm not positive that this works in reverse. No, it doesn't. Okay. Well, then we don't take in a level. Where did my function go? Yeah, I guess if this number is lower than whatever the adventurer is at, like if levels needed is negative, then we should throw an exception. Yeah, this is mostly for the balance simulator. Oh, it's already debug function, so I think it's fine. It's actually, if it's less than 0. If you write that code, I'll steal it and update the optimizer. Well, the optimizer had something to change the configurations, I think. All I'm thinking of doing here is just giving you random skills up to whatever number you should have. But yeah, I'm not sure this is going to be worth the effort. I want this to be something quick, though. I'm back. Time to get caught up on all I missed. Hey, Broken Crown, welcome back. Happy 5/6 of the year. You've missed quite a lot, I'm assuming, but let me finish writing this function first, and then I can show you a broad overview. All right, so where do we start writing this? Q random party, yeah. So what do we have to do here? I mean, this part of it is easy, although this, I guess, would take in a town as well. And then our configuration, we take in the instance ID. And then we come up with, oh, and I guess how many adventurers you want in num adventurers. Okay, so we call this, but we change this to be instance ID. So to do randomize which adventurers you have, and to do randomize which skills they have. Oh man, don't we have a function that would just get us random adventurers? No. Although this shouldn't be very hard to do. What am I talking about? This should be dead simple, right? Yeah, what is this? What is this thing passed in? It's a read-only list of adventurers. Yeah, so I read-only list of adventurers. We're going to get random ones, but we're actually going to do it like this. Town.adventurers. Is this a list or an enumerable? ToList.sample num adventurers. Okay, so those are the random adventurers. Now we need to randomize their skills. That is not easy. Yeah, hey Mushy. Yeah, that's really not easy because we need to know what the max level of that skill is, which I think we can get if we get the ability itself. Let me go look at Ice Blast and see how this works. This knows its max level, right? Yeah, it does. So then do we know which ones belong to the mage? I guess we do because it's in adventure data. Yeah, ability IDs. And is that everything or is that just the innate one? Skill table data is what we need. Okay, fine. Fine. Okay, so get their skill table data. Should be easy enough. What is this thing? It's a dictionary of a bunch of stuff. Oh man. That's kind of crazy. Adventurer skill loadouts. Okay. So we iterate over these for each adventurer in adventurers. And then get their skill table data. So we need their class. Adventurer component AC equals. Is there no get for this? There was something that returned one of these, right? Get adventurer class. There it is. Get adventurer class. Cannot implicitly convert what? Adventurer class to adventurer component. Oh, whoops. I didn't realize that. Yeah. Okay, then from that, we can get the data. Then from that, we can get their skill table data. And then from there, I think we have something that gets all of the skills. Did I write that or no? Nope, I didn't. Why didn't I? All ability IDs. Select many, L to L. Yeah, let's put this inside of skill table data. All right. Now that's a list. Do we need it to be a list or an I read only list? It shouldn't really matter. I don't really care. All right, so public list, whatever, all ability IDs is that. Cool. Now we do that instead of the select many that we had, which is done in 2 locations. And we're specifically returning it as a list. I guess normally that would have been an IEnumerable. Yeah. Sure. That's fine. Anywhere else that we do that? Nope. But now in the battle simulator, we need it. Oh, it's already in the battle simulator. Well, well, well. Don't we do this somewhere else? Could have sworn we did. Skills by row. Go through every ability ID. This is pointless. Well, it's not pointless, but it could be made easier by just doing this. All ability IDs. Did you configure the fuzzy finder yourself, or is that some extension? Are you talking about this thing that I'm using? Because that is quick search. And you can find out more about that here. I just recorded the short on Tuesday. Yeah, I didn't link to this specific one, but anyway, it's the newest one there. They improve your searching thing. It's very fast. Thanks for the video. Thanks for watching it. And hey, Buceros. All right, anywhere else that we do this? Skill table data? Skills by row. What is this? Skills count. Oh, these actually need to show up in rows, so no, that's not a problem. Okay, yeah, cool. All right, we're almost there. We're almost there. There's that random Q random party thing. All right, so we get their skill table data. Then we get all of their abilities. List ability ID. And now what we need to do is we need to apply points randomly from this while there are still skill points to be applied. So int num skill points remaining equals the level how do we do this? Divided by 2. Mat.floor of that. Does that work? Yeah, that works. That works. Call is ambiguous. Because what, I need an F here? What? Okay, yeah, that's good. And then while the number of skill points remaining is greater than 0, we need to allocate them. So we need to pick a random ability that is still valid. So we get ability ID, abilities not maxed yet, is going to be all ability IDs dot. Oh, this is annoying. Forgot we need an abilities component here. All right, so we get the ID, and we need to check to see if you've maxed this, which I don't think there's a way of checking that. We have a get level of ability, though. Is less than... Oh, how do we compare this? How do we even know? We need to know what the max level of the ability is. I think we only get that through making the ability. Yeah, I don't remember how to get the max level of this thing. Is there an all ability data? There's all abilities. Okay, that will probably work. Wow. All right. So we get that ID of that and then get the max level. Yeah, wow, look at that. Cool. So those are all the abilities you haven't maxed. So we just randomly pick one. Ability ID, ability to put a point into is going to be a random one of those. Abilities not maxed yet. Dot sample 0 or 1 0. And then we modify the, no, we don't need to modify it or anything. Now we need to go modify the dictionary that we have, which is this. So adventurer skill loadouts. Get or default dot append. That's not really going to work. We need to potentially increment what we already have. There's no easy way to do that, is there? Because of what this is a dictionary of, and it's a dictionary of lists. Oh, that sucks. Well, I guess we can make our own dictionary that just contains the abilities. So it's this ability ID level. Ability levels. Yeah, there we go. So now we just fill that out. Equals this. Cool. Then we plop that in there. Is that even right? So for this adventure class, take all the abilities and plug them in the list. Yeah. And then that's it. We're done. Okay, let's try it out. That was a beast of a function, all right? Queue random party. So we're going to set this to level. And wherever we're calling that forest thing, this can be deleted. And I guess that can be deleted too. And now we can try queue random party. The instance ID can be instance ID.waterways. And what is the other argument we're passing in there? Number of adventurers is 4. Level to use for battle is 4. Wait, what is it? It's just level. And this is num adventurers. Okay, let's try it. So if I did everything correctly, what's going to happen here is it's going to make a random party of 4 adventurers. It's going to pick any of the 4 that are possible, which at this point in the game would be any 4 adventurers. This is adding them for the wrong classes. Why? Ability ID. Ice Blast. How does this get Ice Blast here? Oh, because I'm not resetting the dictionary in between these. Yeah. My bad. This just goes like that. Yeah. Whew. That was almost a catastrophe. Hey, it worked. Okay, we have no idea what party is doing battle, and we won't find out for another 6 seconds or so. But yeah, let's see what it managed to come up with. So it got the warrior with rage and relentless crush, cleric with harmony and words of wisdom, paladin with shield hardening and radiant retaliation, mage with these 2, and it was a 61% win rate. So this random party of suckers is not very good. I mean, they still had a greater than half win rate. Well, this is a rock I haven't wanted to turn over for a while, but it's a question that's been burning in my head, which is what do we do about the tanks and healers of the game? I don't know how to balance them. I guess what we could do is we could take a party that we know works and then add in a cleric, and then we should see their survival time go up, but their damage go down maybe. And it's kind of the same thing with a tank though, right? Like the idea is that if you put in a healer and a tank, that your party shouldn't probably die. And that's certainly not what happens right now. Average battle length higher, but success nearly the same. Well, if that were the case, like I guess the ideal goal here is tanks and healers have their place in the game. But realistically, all people will care about is kill time in regular battles and being able to win in boss battles. So there will probably be some fights where you need a tank, but in regular battles, they're just not, you're not really incentivized to do that. And there are other things we could do to change the game design to make those incentives. Like we could make regeneration time is way longer. So now you have an incentive to take less damage or heal more. So now maybe the battle takes longer, but then the post-battle recovery is shorter. But I don't really know how we would do that, because nothing forces those characters to stay in a party together. So let's say your tank dies, then the recovery time is going to be the same as if all of your party died. Does battle damage carry over? It does, yeah. Only for your party, though, not the enemies. Every time you fight enemies, they always start at full life, but you don't necessarily. I don't know. I'm not sure what to do. Well, I guess we only ever need to tackle it one at a time. So we could just say, what do we do about the cleric, for example? Start to pick up the bag without paying. Oh man. I mean, it just slipped your mind, right? I've been to one of the Amazon Go stores over here, but I haven't ever actually purchased anything from them. But there, you just pick up your items and walk out of the store. You don't go through a checkout or anything. How fixed are you on enemies only having basic attack? I think that may contribute to tanks or healers not having more depth. We can add in more attacks, but I'm just not sure, like, what are you thinking that would make it so that tanks and healers matter more? Like, give the enemies an ability to heal themselves too? Because that's pretty much equivalent to just increasing their life. I mean, I know it's not exactly the same. Do they provide immunity debuffs? There are no debuffs in the game right now. What do you do for a living? This is, I mean, what you're seeing me do is pretty much my job. So I make a piddly amount of money streaming on Twitch, but I'm a game developer, so I'm making this game. Yeah, I think this is the core thing that we're gonna grapple with pretty much no matter what. It's just like regular battles are just about how quickly can you do them all the time. We could make enemies that do more damage even in regular battles, and then probably make you have healing or something. Not sure. Oh, that was pretty cool until they charged me for 2 aged Parmesan slices. Never used it twice since. I was thinking an ability that makes adventurers take damage over time, but the healing cures could be interesting. Oh, so it's basically like saying if you have a healer, this is essentially going to negate what that would do. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll have to think about this. No debuffs is probably why they have little incentive to be used. I mean, if you think about it, the whole point of a tank is they take less damage than the other characters, and they become a lightning rod for heals. And the whole point of a healer is to, replenish life. And maybe, remove debuffs, maybe. If we just make the enemies have way more life, then these are going to naturally become more appealing. And we don't need to do anything else that's really too different from this. I'm just not sure it's going to be obvious to players that that's what's needed in a battle. And can you even build a warrior at this point in the game that actually acts as a tank? That's the other problem, I guess, that we have. Problem is that at level 4, the warrior just isn't really a good tank. You can have 2 skill points at that level. So maybe differentiating. Okay, yeah, maybe that's the problem. Maybe we're giving you new adventurers too soon. Maybe after beating the 2nd place, you can't get new adventurers immediately. Or if you do, you recognize that they aren't going to be as good or as necessary. I'm not sure. Is there a res timer? Does it increase cleric stock so you don't get long downtimes? There's just the regeneration timer. So the way this works is I think you get 1% of your life back and then 2%. Wait, no, did we do it that way? I don't remember how we did this. Because we've changed it a bit over the update regen. Time until regen. Regen percent. A flat percentage rather than increasing increments. So players are incentivized to end battles with as much health as possible. Oh, okay. All right, well, I'm not totally sure what these numbers work out to be, but I think it's something like 15 seconds to fully regen if you were dead. But there's no penalty for dying. So whether you were at 0% or 0.0001% is the exact same. It's going to take 15 seconds. We could add in a death penalty, but I don't think that's going to be a good idea. Problem with a death penalty is that parties are fluid. So let's say you have a warrior, a rogue, and a cleric. The warrior will probably always die. Or let's say you don't have the cleric, maybe you have something like this. The warrior will probably always die, but you might still win the fight. But because they died, now, yeah, if we add in a death penalty or something, it's like, well, you can just drop the warrior from your party and put someone else in. And now these characters don't have to pay the death penalty because they're not part of like a static party. But that is tedious to do, so maybe you just leave them anyway and they take a lot longer. So then you think, okay, I'll put in a cleric. And now I guess your characters aren't dying, but they're also attacking slower. Or they're doing less damage overall. So now they all survive, but it's like you paid the death penalty anyway by just not winning the fight as fast. So this is why balance is so hard. Because you can approach this from just a numbers perspective, but you can also just change the game design entirely. And I think at the end of the day, all I really care about is, are you having fun? And I think if you have a character that you're like, oh, I like the idea of this character, but there's no way to make them work, I think that's not fun. And I think in those cases, we need to buff those characters. And maybe toward the end of the game, yeah, things just get nuts and there's no way to make sure that your clerics aren't going like crazy healing everybody. So yeah, long story short, I don't really know what I'm doing. Let's look at the cleric for a second though, because I think they're not very good. Yeah, they heal for 14 life every 4 seconds. And then there are skills to affect this. So when you cast heal on an ally, you also heal yourself. So this could make it so that you heal 28 life. Then regeneration can make it so that you're healing another 28 life, so 56 life. And then you can give them life steal. And then that's it as far as healing stuff goes. Well, I guess you increase your haste. Oh, and makes, oh my god. The most complicated thing in the world. But how much damage are you taking at this point in the game? Like we're level 4 and you're healing for 14 life. Let's say even that does jump to 50. How much do you take from one hit? Let's go find out. Turn off the battle simulator for a second. Is this running? Did I even press the key? No. All right, so what are we doing here? We're unlocking all the adventurers. We're going to go make everyone be level 4. There. Then we're going to give the cleric. Let's unlock all of their skills. Although players will only have unlocked like 2 or 3 random ones at this point. All right, cleric are going to give you 2 points in regenerate. And we'll give you 2 points in this. And the other characters we're not going to touch. Now let's go to the waterways. We should really make something that unlocks all the locations. So I don't need to keep doing this dance. I'll write that down. Add and unlock all locations feature when right-clicking upgrade portal. I didn't already do that, right? No, I didn't. Okay, so now we're going to fight here. Cleric, warrior, and then these 2 DPS classes. So they're level 4. How much are the enemies hitting for, and how much am I healing? They hit for about 30. And I heal for like 28. So the warrior is dying. Well, not really, actually. Yeah, I mean, they lost some life. Hmm. How about battle zones that have environmental effects? Does damage over time, makes them more valuable in those zones. So yeah, we can change battles around. I didn't necessarily want to do that so that you didn't need to figure out how each battle would work. And that's kind of why boss battles are in the game. Bosses have a gimmick, and you are supposed to try to figure out what's the best party to beat them. And if you spend like 10, 15 minutes trying to figure that out, I think that's fine. But I think players would be probably frustrated by spending 10 or 15 minutes figuring out these battles. And I think instead they would just be like, all right, let me just level up instead. And then just stomp the battle by brute force. Anyway, that random party had a 61% win rate. I think toward the end of the game, we do need to make it so that your tanks are needed. And I think the way we do that is by having the enemies just have like crazy stats. Although maybe that doesn't work. Maybe your DPS is so powerful that they just kill them fast enough. What am I doing? What am I doing? I meant to turn this back on and I didn't. I wanted to see how some other parties work with this. Yeah, let's see what we got. So it's another random party of 4 people. They had a 100% win ratio because, wow, look at their party. DPS, DPS, Witch Doctor, or sorry, DPS, DPS, Witch Doctor, and Warrior. And they had level 2 Bursting Horde, which is probably way too powerful. I gotta tone that down. Bursting Horde. This has been a long time coming. Power scaling per level. Wait, what? This does double the damage? Yeah, hey Dark. I think we gotta tone this down to like at least by 20%. So what does it say right now? Your zombies explode when they die, dealing damage to all enemies. I'm waiting for it to resize. There we go. So it does 23 or 46, but it's to all enemies, and there could be like 5, 6 enemies in battle. So it's doing like 100 or it's doing 200. And that's every time a zombie dies, and they're dying all the time. So yeah, this is just stupidly powerful. I don't know what I was thinking. We're toning this way down. 40%. Because this synergizes with a whole bunch of other things. And I think it's unreasonably strong. Oh, also, this is wrong. Yeah, this is wrong. This value needs to be multiplied by the percentage that's applied from zombies, right? Is this a problem with any other skill? No. That might be, though. 4 damage per second. Poisonous skin. Power scaling is 0.2. Yeah, this is wrong. Oh, this is wrong. Where do we compute power? Oh, this is bad. Wait a second. Wait a second. We have this here. How is this? Oh, because 0.4 times 0.85 times 23 is actually 4. No, wait, I messed something up. One of those numbers is off. One of these is off. This is 8.5. Poisonous skin is 0.2. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, it is 4. Okay, never mind. All that's fine. What was the next thing I was going to do? Change the tooltip of Bursting Horde. Yeah. So this needs to multiply by the power of the zombies. Where do we do that? Summon zombie.power %. Yeah, I think that'll fix it. All right, so what do we do? 0.4. All right. Yeah. So it's gonna be 0.4 times 0.85 times something. So it's 0.34 times whatever. So it's basically a third of whatever the power number is. Yeah, we just gotta wait for this to finish so I can actually open this thing. 8. Yeah, that's perfect. Good. Good. All right. What else did we do here? I guess it randomly made another party. 85% win rate. Rogue, Paladin, Archer, Cleric. Honestly, I kind of think there's no problem. I think it's just when you put 2 tanks and a healer into a group that there's a problem. Yeah. All right. Let's check in some of these things that I've done. So this is like drastically changed the Witch Doctor. Any other changes? No. We changed some loot stuff too. Okay, so nerf Witch Doctor. Zombies have less health and power, and Bursting Horde has minus 60% damage. All right, next up, let's check in just this thing. Clarify, debug, loot, printout value. All right. Now what? I guess put some guard code here. Some guard code for the battle simulator. When attempting to lower an adventurer's level, it will now throw an exception. I think lowering their level should be made possible at some point just for the sake of battle simulations, but I don't actually think we have that need, so I guess it's not really a big deal. All right, then this was allowing us to change the battle simulator and make a random party. This we want to be false. Yeah, I need to write a comment for that, and I probably need to gut everything we had here. Yeah. Let's do that manually. I don't want to mess this up. Okay, so Q random party. This will randomly choose X adventurers and randomly assign any valid skills that they any valid skills. Then yeah. I'll just say the idea behind this is to see what like any party you might concoct might do in battle. Hey, potato. All right, this is kind of a beast of a function. Do we use skill table data anywhere else? No, we don't. So let's just do this. Data. We probably don't use this anywhere else either, do we? Nope. So we could just get that there too, but I don't want to just unnecessarily consolidate these things. Adventure class is only used for the sake of this. I think it's fine. Actually, yeah, this should technically be impossible, right? If the count is 0, then just break. Excited to play a new version? I'm excited to release it. I had a lot of fun playing it earlier today. And I think we're going to do another play test pretty soon. Let me see. Okay, yeah, looks good. All right, so now I want to put these things back to what they were, which is, whoops, what happened? Which is probably not going to be very easy to do. Yeah, so let's just take the queue battle configuration that we had before. It's just this, right? And then put that in here. What's your goal for time to beat the game? The final game will probably be 5 to 10 hours, but the next demo is probably going to be 2 or so hours. All right, how are we looking now? That's good. This is the new function. That's good. That's unnecessary. I removed this because I don't care. And I think that's what we're sticking with is I don't care. Yeah. Okay, looks good. Anything else? Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. And don't need that. Nice. Yeah, cool. Okay, so add random party feature to battle simulator. All right, now for some changes to the waterways. We got this pretty much working. But now we want to test it. Well, oh man, hang on a second. To go from level 4 to level 5 takes how much? Because this might be a little too much. This is level to get to level 2. 3, 4, 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This will help for just being able to see these things. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Yeah. All right, so we were at level 4, which took 100 sludge, and then it's going to take 200 to get to level 5. Twice as long. Should be upgrading stuff. It might be unreasonable. I don't know. Do you have some kind of automated tests? I saw some output in the console that's in battling before, I think. Does Godot provide some kind of test framework? We have very, very little in the way of traditional automated testing. What you saw is the battle simulator here. The way that this works is it will either take in a party that you want to use, or it will let you generate a random one. So here we have the rogue, paladin, archer, and cleric, and they have 2 abilities that were randomly assigned. And then we run 100 battles with them, and we print out all the stats that you could possibly want. So like how much damage is the rogue doing? And on average, doing about 19, compared to the paladin's only doing 7. Is that a problem? Well, not really. The paladin's a tank and a healer. So how much are they absorbing? And actually that apparently doesn't show here. We should probably do that. Yeah, interesting. We probably should keep track of stats of how much damage they took. Archer's doing a boatload of damage. And the cleric's average healing per second is less than the paladin's. And their damage is terrible too. Part of this is happening because, and I guess this is a good time to show, was it Broken Crown who hadn't been here in a while? God, I already forgot. Yeah, Broken Crown. Yeah, let me catch people up on what's going on here. What happened here? Did I check that in as being 4? I didn't mean to. Doesn't really matter. Yeah, I didn't mean to though. We could amend the commit. It's not important. Yeah, all right, let's run this. Yeah, so I want to show one of the important changes that we made. There's a lot that's new from when you might have seen the game last, because in the last 2 months or so, we've done just some major changes. And if I had to sum them up, it's more perks. We added farming, fishing, item stacking, better battle map, probably some other things. Oh yeah, and then revamped, this is the big one that I was going to talk about, adventure progression. So it used to be that every time you beat an elite location, so for example, the canyon is the first boss in the game, every time you beat an elite location, all of your adventurers would level up. So you could never have an adventurer that was a higher or lower level than any other adventurer. And whenever you hired a new adventurer, they get set to whatever that level was. So for example, you beat your first boss, level goes up to 2, hire a new adventurer, it is level 2 now. What that did is it made it so that as soon as you got a skill point, it made it so that as soon as you hired a new adventurer, you'd have like 5 skill points. And then you had so much reading to do, and people just didn't do it, and they instead just put points into whatever. So now we've changed 2 major things about this. One is that in order to level up, you need food, which you either get through your farm or through your fishing pond. So you have your farm. I can just kind of hack in some crops here, and we feed these this chef slime, which does not look like a chef yet, but will, and it'll give you essentially food. It's called wisdom sludge, and then you level up using the sludge. So you have a nutritious slurry. In fact, maybe we should call it wisdom slurry. I don't know. Yeah, so anyway, every even numbered level gives you a skill point, and now in order to get any skills, you need to unlock them, and you unlock them randomly. So we might get these 2 skills, and we have we should technically only have 1 point. So we could make this as our build, or we could make this as our build, or we could put 1 point in each of these. So we only have 3 builds right now. But as soon as we get enough money to unlock another skill, now we could revamp how we put our skills in. So now we have a lot of choices. And then we'll eventually get another skill point, and we can change our builds around too. So I like that your character is a little bit randomized and is slowly evolving in different ways so that your choices will stack on top of each other and get more complex as you go through the game. But as a result of that, characters like the cleric, you are not guaranteed any synergy here. So you might unlock like this skill, which increases the blessing of haste duration, this skill, which makes it so you can't be targeted by enemies, and this skill, which increases your damage dealt, and your cleric would just be terrible. So I'm not really sure what we should do about that. Because yeah, on average, the cleric is going to be absolute garbage. And there's just not a ton we can do about that. I shouldn't say there's not a ton we can do about that. There's not a ton we can easily do about that. So I'm not sure. We'll have to figure that out. And maybe it's the same problem with something like the warrior. You know, you spend a couple of hundred gold and you get these 3 skills. Are these good? And like in this case, we actually got some synergy. That's pretty good. I guess the cleric just needs maybe more synergy between their skills. And they don't have it yet. Yeah. Sounds like a talent design problem. Yeah. It certainly could be. I guess the problem was we positioned the cleric as more than just a healer. They also have some things that can increase. Well, actually, I guess they only have one ability that increases their damage dealt. And maybe we should just get rid of that. Ready for front page. Oh yeah, that's another thing. On April 23rd, we're going to be on the front page. Schedule 1, overnight multimillionaire. Man, that's super cool. Hey, Delphi. Yeah, I think we probably need to revamp Resonance. I'm not sure. I'll write this down. Probably need to change the cleric around. They have... I don't think it'll be fun to unlock their skills slowly, since there isn't a ton of synergy. Maybe we lean into the healing aspect a lot more. I'm not sure. Your turn next. I don't know. All right, so we did this. We have not finished the revamp of the next location, which is the forest. Let's try this out. Let's just manually go fight a little bit in the forest and see what's going on. So I've got all the adventurers. I want to... Actually, let's just restart this. How do you handle that much state? How's the folder structure? I'm a web dev and I feel this is super complex. So, two different things. One, folder structure. I can show you what we've got here. In fact, I can go into Skeleseller and just run tree. Is there a way to cap the depth on that? No entry for tree. Depth, there it is. Depth 2. Okay, so here's generally what we have. We have assets, documents, source, and then some other kind of like tools and test folders. So if I go into the game folder and run this again, you'll see inside of source, there are a whole bunch of different game related things, right? Town, probably farming's in there somewhere, battles. So it's all kind of what you'd expect. This is also what you do in the web dev world. You just wouldn't have game stuff in there. Yeah. As far as state goes, I think every component should generally try to just manage its own state. And again, this is what you'd pretty much do in any software project. Thanks, Broken Crown. It's not just me working on this, remember? I'm assisted by various other people who are listed in this credits document. What was I going to say? Yeah, I had a train of thought that I lost. Oh yeah, so state management. Yeah, in general, each component is concerned with its own state. So like an adventurer or worker might store its own state. It has a state machine to figure out what it's supposed to be doing. So yeah, it's not too far off from any other kind of development. All right, I want to upgrade. What party do I want here? I want to go with the paladin. Let's do that. Let's go with the archer. And I'm going to play this a little bit like how regular players would play the game. I'm going to cheat my way through this, of course. But then we're going to... Well, we got to beat the castle as well. Okay. So now we can go to the waterways. And I want to go here in the forest. And I need 2 random skills. Let's say let's give 3 each. And I'll pick what's best amongst those 3. Okay. What do we got? I'm going to take this one. Yeah. And over here, let's take that and that. Sounds pretty good. Over here, let's take that and that. Actually, let's take some dodge. And then on the rogue, those 2. Okay, so those are our skills. Now we're going to go fight in the forest with those 4 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're going to see, do they stand a chance at winning? And they did win. So that means that this needs to be made more difficult. Yeah, let's save this party. Do you use any library for state management? For example, for state machines? No, we made our own state machines. I don't think we're using any libraries for any part of Skeleseller, actually. Well, the tests, we use them for that. But yeah, I think everything else is pretty much home-rolled code. Yeah, the art definitely does look good. I mean, this is fantastic. I love this. Okay, so we added the blue slime and the red skeletons. Are those used anywhere else? They are in the Inferno, but I don't care about that. Yeah, and what about red skeletons? Also in the Inferno, I also don't care about that. All right, so all enemy data. We're going to at least make these as strong as the previous instance, right? So Worm had 32 attack, 450 life. And now we are starting out with a blue slime. Blue slime, we have double the amount of enemies. So let's make it like 26 attack. And instead of 450 life, 230. All right, and then red skeleton. Just 14, but there are 3 of them. How do we have them do roughly like a little bit less damage than the Grims? Maybe 35. Still the same amount of life. Okay, that should make them pretty powerful. Let's try that out. Also, haven't heard any of the new music. I think you heard the first 2 tracks. I've only added a 3rd track. And I like it, but I think I need to tweak it a little bit still for the game. All right, let's load this up. So we've just made this place more difficult. We're going to send in our party, and we're going to hope that they lose, I guess. Oh, yeah. They are definitely dying. Wow. Do they ever stand a chance? No, not at all. This might be too difficult for them. Oh, they won that time? Seriously? There's like a slim chance of that happening? They've won 1 out of 3. Yeah, now 1 out of 4. Yeah, okay. So they mostly lose. Now let's level up some of them. I'll level up the rogue and the paladin, let's say. Okay, now do they stand a better chance at winning? I mean, obviously it's going to be a better chance. It wasn't like it was 0 before. So they lost that time. It was 1 out of 5 beforehand. Now it's 1 out of 2 so far. I'll just run 5 battles. Now it's 2 out of 3. Oh, I'm not letting them fully heal. This doesn't count. In fact, maybe I didn't let them fully heal the first time around either. Maybe that's a reason they weren't winning. Yeah. Okay, so it looks like leveling up just 2 of them was enough to make them win most of the time. Which kind of makes me feel like maybe I've over buffed the adventurers going up in level. Which is very possible. This is level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, just the power jumps up by like 50%. That probably shouldn't be the case. You want to play the songs in the background? I can play the one you haven't heard. Town Theme 3. Open with VLC. Alright, I'll turn it down a bit. Is the first nerf? No, there have been nerfs before. Yeah, we can't have this grow like this. We gotta lower everything if we're gonna do this though. Or keep it this way. Yeah, let's just tone down power. All right. Twenty 20%. Okay, got it. Yeah, 20%. Started doing a ton of damage. Thanks, Potato. You know, I kind of wonder, maybe we should just have like one template for what stat growth is for all of your adventurers, and then all we're doing is we're specifying a difference from that. So as an example here, imagine that this is like power per level base, and we're just like, you know what, these numbers work. And then the warrior is just something like this, like 1, 2, 3. So it's indicating that your actual total values would be 11, 14, 18. I don't know. There are a million ways you can do stats in games. And I don't know what's going to be easiest to figure out. But I guess then you would kind of know, like you could look at a character and just tell, are they stronger? Are they healthier? Do they have more fortitude? So if you saw like warrior power was 1, 2, 3, and you saw, or maybe not even, maybe it's like negative. Maybe it's -1, -2, -3. And you saw warrior health was like 10, 20, 30. And warrior fortitude was quite a lot more. I don't know, whatever, some numbers here, right? Meanwhile, you look over at the rogue and they're kind of the opposite. They've got something here like +3, +5, +8. And their health was negative, and their fortitude was negative. I kind of like this idea, but I think these numbers would have to be percentages. So we're actually saying it's like -10% at every level. Game balance is tough. Huh. I like this idea. Yeah, I like this idea. Because right now, one of the problems I have is that when we tweak numbers for one adventurer, we've got to consider how does this affect practically everyone else. Like the warrior, they start with 10 power. Like, what does the rogue start with? We don't know unless we go down there. But what if all we saw was like power delta per level and it just said, 1%? And then we say, okay, so this is 1% stronger than the baseline. And we went down here and it said like it's 10% stronger than the baseline. Right now we don't know what a baseline is unless we look at every adventurer. All right, I'm very much considering doing this. How often do we use something like power per level? It shouldn't be very often. We have all the definitions, that's fine. That needs to be 1 per adventure. Then we calculate it on level up and we calculate it in a battle. That's it. So we have 2 references to it. It should be pretty simple. But is that smarter? So proposal, specify a template adventure with power, health, and fortitude with absolute values at each level. And then specify each individual class as percent deltas or percent multipliers. How do I want to do that? Yeah. So we say something like base power 1, 2, 4, 7, 10, and then warrior power multipliers. Oh, I guess 1, maybe like 0.9, 0.9, 0.9, 0.9. Yeah, it's kind of one of the nice things about doing it this way is that most classics can just have a constant multiplier across every level. Power mults 0.2. And maybe this even increases more toward the end, like 1.25, 1.28. Yeah. What keyboard is this? This is a Corn keyboard. And do I like split keyboards? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I definitely do. I hadn't owned a proper split keyboard before this. I owned this one, which is not officially split. It's effectively split. Hang on a second. Let me just find a picture. Okay, there we go. I don't know why it sometimes goes to Amazon and sometimes opens the picture. This is not like you couldn't just pull this keyboard and it would separate or something like that. They do have keyboards that are like that. And actually one of like this keyboard is like that. This keyboard, if you put it together, you wouldn't even be able to tell it's a split keyboard. They have a picture of it together? Yeah, here. Yeah, like if you just looked at this picture and didn't see a cord going into itself, which wouldn't make sense for a real keyboard or a regular non-split keyboard, you'd be like, oh, this is just a regular keyboard, right? And then you pull it apart and you're like, oh, it's a split keyboard. Anyway, I think the splits are nice, but I think what I also value at this point is just the sort of theory behind this keyboard of using layers for things and combos. Why not use Vim? I've just never really had motivation to use it, I guess. I think the two main reasons to use kind of any IDE is either your own general interest or the functionality of the IDE. So from an interest perspective, it's not like I haven't tried Vim before, but I don't know. I don't feel like there's too much there. And as far as functionality goes, I think you're mostly concerned with efficiency when you're working. Like how many keystrokes am I using to type out this corpus of text? And yeah, I don't really feel like my efficiency is lacking, or at least not lacking so much that it's like, oh man, I'm gonna get 5 times faster if I switch. Like maybe after lots and lots of work, I could be maybe 10% faster, let's say. Just don't know if it's worth it. Is there any downside to this idea that I have? I guess let's consider what the pros and cons are. The pros are that I can tell at a glance how much more powerful an adventurer is than any other. Cons, I wouldn't know the absolute values at a glance. I probably wouldn't need to though, and I could have a function print those out. We could also cram this all into some like adventurer calculator program. Could also just make a new project with called calculate adventurer stats. So it runs the formulas and then spews just arrays of numbers, of absolute numbers, not percentages. You'd spend that time having to explain to people why you code in the terminal. I actually do kind of wonder, let's say I were a Vim user, how many people would come in here and say, why not use VS Code, for example? Because I have over the years gotten questions for pretty much every piece of software I use. Like, why do you use that piece of software? Or it's sometimes phrased as, why don't you use this competing piece of software? And I get that people have valid reasons for asking that question. So I don't mind answering it, but sometimes it does just come down to preference. All right, I'm not sure what's best. I think I'm leaning toward this, though. I think it would make this easier to do. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, how far away in terms of power are these characters going to get from each other? Like, is the ideal rogue at like 200% power of the warrior? And I don't know the answer to that because we haven't finished the balance. Is that about the same? Yeah. I tried using a similar 45 key split keyboard and I just can't cope with how much slower I am versus regular QWERTY. Yeah, the learning curve is pretty massive. But once you've learned it, once you feel comfortable enough, I think it's very helpful. I don't know if you've seen this video that I made, but I think you might appreciate this video if you haven't seen it. I spent a ton of time on this and it's for a very niche audience. And you might be part of that niche audience. Okay, cool. Yeah. Do check that out. I think you'll find that illuminating. I need a 200-page doc for all the Q&A you got and an LLM that can find the Q&A for me. I do have this page. Yeah, what Kevin just linked. So if you type in something like keyboard, it'll link to videos or job or whatever, any number of things. Or just scroll through the list if you want to take a look at some of these. This is just all the commands that are in chat in a way that you don't have to type them in chat. You can start with a split. The split is only part of that, though. The other component of that is how many keys you have. And you can start with a larger keyboard and just start taking keys off, but it doesn't really work that way. You have to change your layout and you have to like architect a layout. Okay, I think I'm leaning toward this. I think we're gonna do this. But I also, for whatever reason, just blasted through lunch today. It's 1:30. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I've taken one break. I've been having a good time. It's been a very fun day. It's nice to do something different from just like have my head down coding for a month and a half. Now I've got my head up coding. All right, so I think we should manifest adventurer stats with absolute base values, and then each adventurer has a delta or like a percent multiplier. Typically, most adventurers will specify one multiplier for each level, but they could grow more or less for any given level. So most of the power of an adventurer is the level and not in the skills that they use. Can you still choose different skills? No, the power is a combination of the two for sure. And just to give you a very, very basic example of this, like regardless of what your power is on the rogue, you can get this ability, which makes you do 4 times the damage. So at any point in pretty much any game, the difference between 1x and 4x of damage is going to be massive, right? So yeah, it is definitely a combination of these things. And almost every ability is percentage based. And if it's not, it's based on your power stat. So for example, a cleric has heal. It says it heals for 6 life. If I level up, and now it says it heals for 7. I level up again, it says 10. I level up some more, it says 29. So like all of the things are going to scale and your skills are going to matter. Yeah, I think I need to get lunch, but I think after lunch we can tackle this again and we can try to do one more kind of playthrough of the game later with whatever changes we've made at the time. So I think the post-lunch plan is going to be this, and then finish balancing the Forest 2 once adventurer stats are reasonable. And consider items in this, and then tackle any other low-hanging fruit from the list below and do one more playtest. I think that's what we're going to do. Yeah. But yeah, the farm was fantastic. I loved it. It's like the greatest addition so far to the game. So nice. Let's fill this out. Pivoted to play testing and balancing. Yeah. All right. All right, yeah. So it's lunchtime. I'm going to take a regular lunch break. The last time I streamed, I took like 10 minutes or something. I'm going to probably be gone for about an hour. So I'll be back at about 2:30 my time, and we'll just keep tackling some of this stuff. I'll probably be back for only maybe like somewhere in this range, 1 to 3 hours, probably more like 2. So thank you all for watching. If the game looked fun, please do consider wishlisting it. It is playable on Steam, but I highly recommend against playing it. You should probably wait for this new demo to be out, which I'm aiming for mid-April. And yeah, that's it for me for now. So I hope to see you all again after lunch. And regardless, have a good day. Let me change to the stupid outro scene. There we go. All right, bye, everybody.